Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. Hello, hello. Was he Cold Axis sneakily hiding away there in the background somewhere? Hope you're doing well. And thank you, Book and Store, for that 60 stream streak. I'm glad you like it here. People are doing good. It is time for another Thursday.
Hello there.
Well, hello there, Sankita. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Let us share the Satisfactory joke of the day. I made a belt out of watches once. It was a waste of time. See, that one works. Not all of their jokes work. Quick little beep boop, and then we jump. Oh, wrong button, wrong button, and there we go. And let us switch to the live scene. There we go. Might as well start right out. So. Now, last time we were about to start working on the new, well, we need more computers and all the other things. So we need we're going to start smelting down quartz. That's not so bad, but surely it took its time to reach good jokes. Yeah? I think Seribot has just a large, just array list of jokes, randomly chooses your dad joke of the day. I mean, that's one of their services. Seribot is a free-to-use bot. They can use this as a streamer to be your moderator, and what they do is a lot of spam and bot detection and blocking, and it's free to use. It's a fantastic project. Everyone working on Seribot, thank you very much. And one of the features you can activate is what they call, I think, if I remember correctly, was just dad joke of the day. So every time you start your stream, you can start with a hey. Similarly, when I end stream. Because sometimes people don't make it to the raid. They get left behind. It's tragic, but it happens. So Seribot also then pops up a message that says, oh, well, everyone raided over here. In case you, for whatever reason, Twitch's raid logic fails. So, any streamers out there, in case you haven't checked out Seribot yet, you definitely should. Absolutely worth it. Oh, and remember, kids, take your meds. It's wonderful seeing all these drones fly around. I guess we should try to figure out a way to have more trucks driving down this road as well. I think it would look cool. I streamed for 5 minutes, and the only visitor I got was a bot selling artificial views. Yep, those are pretty much any. I think all streamers know that is pretty much your first view. A large amount of your first visitors will be those, 100%. It's just the name of the game. Good morning, thank you, Stockholm. Hey there, Couple Snacks. I saw you. I saw what you did. Being all ready to join in on the party. Alright. That should be fixed. So now there's a theoretical connection. I think. We can do that. Double check. Did it actually turn off? It did. Yeah. I'll stream more about my mic is shit, and I'm not really an exhibitionist. I mean, you don't have to have the perfect everything. I like being out and about like this. Then there's PNG tubers, there's VTubers, and there's people with no camera who just kick an ass, like Killadrix, for example. No camera, just voice, No on-screen, no crazy on-screen effects or anything. Of course, the less stuff you have happening, the more that means you have to build up your essentially community and all that. I do believe Killer used to have more stuff, but he's pruned it down because he, eventually, because if you have very active like effects and everything, and you then do become successful, so you have more of an audience, they're gonna be spamming those things. So then eventually you have to then cut down, and that is like a natural progression, in my opinion, for a kind of streaming setup. So it's, completely normal and a-okay. Yeah, a truck can make it beneath. Good, good. I would try to VTuber and PNG tubing. Yeah. But again, I would like to buy a new mic. This one's good for friend for gaming, but too much noise to stream. Sound like shit. Really need a stream. Yeah, I mean, but it's it's a fantastic hobby for those who like it. You don't have to, of course. No. I think a lot of the joy of streaming can also be had by just hanging out in people's streams. I mean, that's how I sort of got into it, and then I decided I want to give this a try myself. Let's try something. The light with terrain. So I guess the tubes are too low. Yeah. And too much noise with the stream. I mean, there's actually you can do a lot with just software. I mean, like my microphone is actually pretty sensitive and it picks up a lot of stuff. What I should do is get that pop filter, because I do have this big round one, but it's very difficult to make work here. So I've been even considering going insane and buying the mega expensive one that fits just here, just perfect. Or maybe we'll just build a better rig. But a lot of that is actually being filtered out by software. A lot of background noise. Making a double highway? No, we're making an end stop here. I'm just using this as the base for it. Okay, so now those are working again. Not sure how we'll make all that work, but it's also not the most important thing right now. Is that a cave? Looks like it might be a cave down there. Ooh. Right now we need to then figure out... Yeah. Let's get rid of this one. And that one can stay. Because what we need is... Actually, no, we need to delete all of you, don't we? There we go. There we go. It's too long of a track. So we need to cheat. There. Now it all works. There. Yeah, I can do it. Alright. Now they're all connected. We'll need a dedicated turn. So it's good that we have this one here. And we'll get a dedicated turn from there to the right, from here to the right. And then the left will go through the roundabout. Because we need a train station over here. Because this is where the the sulfur... The quartz processing will be happening. Hope you're all doing good. Hope you're having a lovely Thursday so far. And because we're having the sort of road end here, because I just wanted a potential for a truck stop and stuff as well. So we're gonna like build this up and block it in and so on. Plus we can also bring in So I don't think we need that much sulfur for the sulfuric acid, so we can just grab some from that belt through here. So then we don't need to worry about the sulfur import. So what we'd really be importing mainly via the train will be the quartz. And then the other things, because this will then also turn into just the giant computer factory. Probably be making the supercomputers here. And then we could, for shits and giggles, then export the supercomputer fire truck. Because the amount being made isn't that much. So the fact that the trucks might be slow wouldn't really be a problem. We'll need a large amount of plastic. Some of that could be then also truck delivered, just so we have trucks going that way as well. As we have more trucks on the roads, because these roads, well, they look so lonely, don't they? Part of me is also thinking about what if we, because I kind of like running the hypertube on top of the road. What if we went on on the side of the road, and then our potential crossings would be these things, but like put on the side, so they're like you go here, and then you could potentially go up, and then go up, see daisies over the entire road, and then you go here like along the side. That could be a maybe. We'll leave that as a maybe, something to consider, and most likely just straight up ignore. So it doesn't really, help us too much now, does it? No. No. How much space do we need for the train? We need at least 2 cargo wagons worth. We can bring in the quartz crystal by train. We'll need copper. Quartz, copper, and plastic, pretty much. So the copper will be then brought in, and we'll smelt it on site. Because that is true. We're already bringing in then the sulfur for the smelting of the stuff. Oh wait, no, we need nitric acid for what we're gonna do. But we need the, because I think if we do leach ingots, we get even more copper for our copper. And I'm thinking of making small arches over the road for tubes, to have the tube in the middle of the road. Now that, I totally see that. Yeah. So instead of having, similar to like, your street lights here. So you'd have like a pillar or something here in the middle. Because I could totally see using, you slap down a beam support. One of those. Something like this. And then it goes down the middle. You know what? God damn, now I feel silly for all this nonsense I made here. That'd be much neater. And you always go above here, and then you have your intersections for your drop off sand when you have an intersection. Very nice. And as you can see, the vehicle paths aren't disturbed. And I've been really underutilizing this here pillar support. Beam support. It's a very nice looking one. You know, we're building this now on, not on the like world grid, but the road grid. But then again, that's also on the road grid. So in the end, it's it'll be fine. No, don't worry about it. So how big of a station do we like really need? And we might need to do some shenanigans, because right now the quartz thing is also then exporting it has a potential of exporting the crushed quartz. So I think we'll have to go and pretty much undo that entire station over at the doggy daycare area, because no one is picking up quartz from there, so that's good. So if we undo it completely, then that means we can then send first a train there to pick up the quartz, and it's that'll be in the second wagon. The first wagon remains empty. Then on the way back, it goes through the nitric acid area. Well, nitric gas, sorry, nitrogen gas, picks up the nitrogen gas, and then it comes here. So that'll be the loop, and so that needs 2 wagons. We also need the copper. Now, what's the copper in? Copper might have been in third wagon. Check out our blueprints. We check out our no blueprints. Undefined. Let's try it again. There we go. Now I got like a decent bit of fast travel to and from the work site. Take a left, take a right, and the next right. Because here the first two are, for some reason, iron. And here, yes, copper is third. So then we can definitely have gas, quartz, copper, which is the 3 ones we need. No, it's fine. I don't think we need the hypertube station here. Because then we head to doggy daycare, so we can undo a train station. Nice. All of these are running, those are running. This one still has a bunch of pasta in it. You are... Nah, you guys are good. It's fine. Doggy daycare awaits. We'll also visit the doggos at the same time, of course. And then there are much deserved pets. Hey, Mary, sweet little Mary with her nobelisks. Tax evasion with her oscillating crystals. Jerry with the remains of their enemies. Or Barry with some fused cubes. Larry with some computer chips. I think he heard what we're working on today. And Sherry, some aluminium casings. Betty with some plastic also. Must have heard the rumors. And of course Terry with some nice encased beams. And I don't know if you guys picked it up, but there's a fun sound effect when you exit the portal. I feel like that's a sort of pop culture reference, because as they get out of there, there's a quick like sound effect. So I'm guessing, yeah, the biological matter gets transferred, but maybe not the air in your lungs and so on. Or then it's just the whole like your strange quasi-human like body just turns on again. There we go. Because in this one, you have the actual quartz. Now here we have a disassembly crate. And this is a button I like. There's this remove all. Just delete the entire thing. Like, I don't care. Just get rid of it. I like that I do enjoy the fact that that's an option nowadays. Oh. Speaking of, let's try to shove things into where they do not fit. Throw these in the trash. We have too much normal iron rebar. It's all good. Your tubes are a little crazy. Didn't incorporate them into the road design, huh? Hey, they know about... No, I didn't. No, because the road design... The roads go in so many places. And they serve the value of being hollow inside, so they can hide the... hide the spaghetti inside and, allow for road access and for power transfer. The hypertubes were a later installation. They're only between certain spots because I don't want the hyper access to be everywhere. Then again, I probably should make a change to the blueprint that also has a place for the hypertube. Well, let's consider that. One of the ideas was to have, like, what if we do have some visible belts, So we'd have a couple of stacked belt holders, but we could have a belt and a pipe and so on. But I think that'll be more for when we start working on the whole. Yeah, because we do want the cityscape in the end. So in this factory that I'm now making, we'll be making supercomputers. So I think the eventual final project part manufacturing will all be happening in the desert. So we'll try to get that cityscape look vibe. See if that'll work. Yeah, so this guy here is now... Can, in theory, get rid of everything. And you... And you. Because we're going to be consuming a lot more of these. So we had a belt, and we broke down the belt. And now we can now make a new belt. And from here, if we'd add a splitter here, goes all the way around. A little less. Ooh. No. There. So now they're all working on feeding into the train because so far these have been maintaining this thing pretty well. Your output rate has been to 205, but we're now going to add another train that goes into the station that will be then might be consuming them rather aggressively. And that's the plan. Do I have... Yeah, one last thing needs to check. So the copper is last. Quartz is in the middle. And nitrogen gas should be... Oh, let's go have a look at the sculpture, by the way, and just... I was like... At least for me, it's very important to have a break from looking at stuff you've made. And then looking at them again, because... then allows you to look at them with slightly more like fresh eyes. And ultimately, I'm pretty happy with it. I mean, yeah, but it is far from perfect. It has its issues. I would love to do a more dedicated sculpture thing. I think I'm almost, yeah, like I said before, like I'm almost happy as how it looks like from below. So one of these, but like much further up would be cool. Like this bit this bit here worked out really well. Thumb needs some extra work. That needs some extra work. This bit here, the arm itself actually worked out surprisingly well. But yeah, not all in all, if also like for nothing else, as just a placeholder, making amazing. Okay, that's mild glitch. Oh, what's this? What's this? Oh, okay, yeah, because they're being consumed at the same speed as they're being made. In case something happens, and then because the priority merger, I remember, yeah, we unlocked this chat. Everyone agreed. Well, what's the point? When will this thing be useful? Well, here it's perfect because you have your backup system, and that one will then always prioritize what comes out from the machine itself. So that way, it's only when this thing can't keep up with the needs of this thing will it then tap into the backup. It's one of those things where I feel like, man, if we had those logics and sound alarms from like Factorio, I'd love to put a sort of detector there that detects like if stuff moves on the belt, make a quick horn sound, because that means that the factory here was not keeping up. And hey there, Pythos, how you doing? Hey, hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you. Oh, freaking 60 stream streak. Dang. Thank you, Pythos. I really appreciate it. Jail. Oh no. There's been a lot of ads lately. Which, of course, me as a streamer, I'm okay with that. That's how I get paid. And back. Welcome on in, Pythos. Hope you're doing well. And for those who don't know, yes, Pythos has been playing a whole bunch of Project Zomboid as well, but also the good old astronauts now with the 1.0. I've been lurking there a little bit, but then I realized I can't stay here. There's too many spoilers. So I had, just put in a mute tab, put in the background, so you get your lurk support, but I don't get too many spoilers. I see this and I see a mistake. And that mistake is simple. It is the lack of railing. And I hope the Zomboid is been going well as well. Everybody's playing it now. Like I played a little bit with when build 42 the unstable was out. Okay, just came out. Had a blast. Could be fun to play more. Well, that's one of these then kind of things. So here we would need a default junction followed by no. There, and now the railings all kind of work. Funny little hole. Yeah, because the railings don't have to be perfect. They don't always have to make perfect sense. It's just they need to make enough sense. And often then just having them there is enough to make it all look, at least somewhat mildly thought out. Ooh, I just realized we haven't done the thing, have we? No, we can do this. And suddenly your blank concrete slabs looks even at least a little bit more supported. You gotta love it. Yeah, don't spoil yourself. Part of the fun is the terror you feel. Oh, absolutely. Especially with astronauts, because it has that deep simulation and like a roguelike vibe to it, And I think they do that really well. And I'm looking forward to giving it a go. Because with a little bit, I was just checking out, like, oh, cool, he's checking out some of the new stuff, and I realized you're looking at these, bounty boards and things. Someone was wanted dead or alive for, fraud or something, or, forgery stuff, and I was like, damn, that's pretty harsh. I guess that's what you get. You have to be careful of, who do you swindle? Swindle off the wrong folks, and then, your minor misdemeanor is now, well, you're gonna go down. Ooh, you're low on water? Of all things, water? Okay, you do put out 120. And you hunger for 125 plus 80, so a few hundred. So I'm just gonna slap you into... What do you say? Trying really hard? I think it says that, it's trying really hard. Oh, I hadn't seen that one before. I will say, there are some bugs with conversations, so be prepared for it not to pause. Okay. Good to know. Again, Astronaut is just such a delightful game, made by a small studio. I will forgive bugs, as long as they're explainable that way. One of those things, small studios, small teams making cool things will always get far more leeway from me than large studios. Not doing their work properly. Oh, transfer 684 items per minute with just 2 trucks. Not really a spoiler, but if you do nod or yes sir as a response to conversations, the game won't pause, and then the person will wait for you to respond and walk away if you don't choose another option. It's a little annoying, especially when prepared for... Oh, okay, yeah. Similar to, in my run, there was a couple of interactions that got bugged out, where I could no longer really talk to them. Because I can do any, attempt to speak, and then there's just... nothing happens. Then I walk away, far away enough, and suddenly then they sort of respond. when I go outside of their like effect range or something. Let's go wait for response. Yeah. Then I waited, and then nothing, like literally nothing happened, and nothing happens until I walk away for far away enough, and then they start doing stuff again. So it's some kind of they were getting like locked in some kind of logic loop that could really never end. Are you single? Gotta wait 2 games in game, 2 minutes in game for them to reset. Oof. Yeah, I think I waited for like just a lot of minutes for one of them. Never did anything. But that was then. There's been updates since then, especially with the whole 1.0. So they hopefully have fixed those bugs and introduced new ones. Okay, yeah, and you got two machines getting fed into. Right. So this will be the last stop for the train. This is what I need to check. So the first wagon will hold the gas, second one is the crystal, last one the copper ore. There we go. And sulfur is being belted in. Oh, what the frick? I think we're gonna have to change your path. And you're a block. Oh, you're waiting to head in here. Well, that's fine then. Wondering if it's something to do with the change in mood. Yeah, I mean, it could be. Because, yeah, it's one of the things I never really saw in my game, but apparently there was also the sort of, like, infinite ennui bug or something that happened, like, between saves for some people, and they got that one fixed. Because the mood system is rather complex. Like, very complex, and it's really cool. It really adds to the whole deep simulation of it all. Bugs are small. I remember the days of having 200 NPCs on the station. The cacophony of footsteps. Had to mute the game. Around about 2 frames per second, so you would get step, but it was all 200 NPCs at once. Oh no! Ooh, yeah. That sounds a little rough. Alright, there's some radioactive pigs here who do need some murdering. You know what? Fine. I'll do it to the tune of the fix-its. Ow. Yoink. Your skin. How have you been feeling about the new Project Zomboid? The, like, quote-unquote stable version of 42? The unstable was fun last time I played it, but then again, I mean, Zomboid is always fun. Ow. But like, has there been anything like extra new and fancy you've noticed? What? Is that a Mercer sphere? Surely not. Well, apparently yes. We did need one. Well, more than just one. The big spitters are actually very durable. The full clip +1. The small ones, I think they take like 4 normal bullets, so it'd be 8 these ones. Hey there, Tube Up Games. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around, friendo. Actually, also to get back to the Pal World save at some point, then like just go like, okay, we're gonna try to build a big house, a nice giant manor house. Screw trying to the whole efficiency. I just want turrets, you know, it's towers and things. Ooh, there's a sloop here somewhere. I'm guessing it's gonna be down in the cave down there. And then Nuke Pig. You cannot defeat me, for my ass is powered by liquid biofuel. No matter how high you jump. Just make a mod that adds like cartoonish bonk sound effects whenever they die, because they like jump into the air like that. Oh God, no! I shall defeat you with the power of music. And my asthma inhaler. I think there was one more. No more. And I'm not sure what all we're sinking now. And oh right, it must have been the winery project parts. Last time we got like we went from like 100 to 300 coupons, like through the day, and it was that was very quick. I wonder like how exactly did that happen? Now realizing, it must have been the oh. Excellent. I like solving a puzzle. And I love debugging mistake I made. So that means I do get me to have me an educate. Because I wasn't sure, but I felt like there might have been. Oh, nope. I like solving problems. Come on, purple slug of power. Because that is one of my sort of like earlier one of my earlier roundabouts. I thought, well, I guess the cave that I thought I saw there was in fact an illusion. Well, let's change into the proper adventure music. Doesn't count otherwise. Oh, there was a cave. Nope. Cave was full of nope. Let's end the nope. Oh god, no! It's not supposed to make it up here. Oh, thank god. Freaking fart spider. And like the pigs turn radioactive, but the spiders turn aggressively poisonous and I guess gassy. But heck yes, loose. There might still be a mercy sphere somewhere within that thing's sphere of influence. Because if I zoom in here and I click there, I found one mercy sphere in one sloop. Now these still like the current numbers. Or are you just lying to me? Hard to say, but let's go fix the trains, because otherwise I'll forget. And then wonder, like, why is my factory suddenly grinding down to a just standstill? Now, I was worried that they were, that there had been a crash. But the warning did say that, oh, they're waiting on the light for too long. And then, yeah, like I said, this is one of the earlier ones. So I'm pretty sure I put in my... Yeah, the lights have been put in poorly somehow. Now you... have red lights. Odd end import. Oh, right, because you're trying to go all the way around to get there. Alright, fair enough. So I'm gonna like just turn off your self-driving. And crash. Like a boss. Configure pass signal. And like force him? No, alright. And that's why we need dedicated right-hand turns. See, you passed the block. There we go. And now that shouldn't happen again, because rather than that thing doing the all the way roundabout UE, which is sort of what I like about the roundabout, because I thought it'd be funny to allow them to do that kind of stuff. And that side of the roundabout goes nowhere, but that is a-okay. So So now you can come from here, take a left, and dedicated right-hand side turn. Nice, fixed. Hey, they keep Stockholm. But yeah. Alright. Okay. Now these are all running. They're all exporting, yeah. So everything that was sort of backed up has now been sent into the grinding machine. You are importing all you can, and your exports are... Oh, they're doing okay. They don't need any extra help. We're gonna slap in some sloops eventually. Next, we need the supercomputers, we need EMC sticks, we need all that good stuff. And that guy has been also picking up a lot of these here cable spools. And you're full of those. So we can then eventually use a bunch of these for manufacturing of the ACUs. I think we also have another one, an identical one here, don't we? Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, because we need the computers themselves and the chippies and these. So yeah, the factory we're going to make. First, we're going to make a crazy amount of silicone. We can then have all kinds of computer components made on site, including an excess of chips and an excess of computers themselves. And then the supercomputers. So that'll be like our... What's that place in China where they make all the computers? Just something Valley, wasn't it? Oh well. It'll be our IT hole. And we check out some of these computers and we stick them in the hole. Sort. We put you away. We put you away. We realize a mistake. We can't use that sort of. Quick, there we go. Heavy mode frames. A circuit. Oh, fair enough. And you're all full. And I did steal the loops from this thing here. Have them back. Make an excess. 50 streams, no pants. Not worn them yet. You're not gonna make me wear them in the future. Hey, that's okay. Pants are always optional. Pants are never needed. I'm not wearing pants right now. I'm wearing shorts. And you see, for these ones, I'm thinking for them to be, for all of that to work the way I usually want them to work, I will then have one to have a buffer that first saves them, the ones that are going into here. Oh. Oh, right, yeah, because the other place now has... Yes, it has an import for the motors, which we're actually getting from here, aren't we? So we have a motor exporter, which is... running low on stators again. Why is it always stators? They should be produced sort of one-to-one. And yet it's always the stators that keep running out. I find this strange. See, we even haven't had a giant storage here to hold excess stators, and yet. See, they're both made of steel pipe and wire. Same ingredients. Wait, that means we can make... steel pipe and wire is all we need to make a very aggressive sort of motor production facility. Okay, we're gonna go steal the Sloopies back that we slapped into those and put them in one of those machines, making just motors. Wait, no. Do I have another way? I do think I do. It's called sealing stators. Because the machines themselves should be producing more. Wait. Yeah, because they were producing at 100% everything that we needed to feed into this facility. And now we've upgraded them to 250%. So they should be making an excess of motors, which we are also then putting in here, the stators themselves and the motors. But only the excess, right? Yes. And then they make modular engines, which apparently are kind of now being all consumed. Then they bring back the project part. So in other words, what we sort of need to do is just, yeah, the dedicated motor facility one of these days. But for now, still kind of works. The dedicated motor facility could, for example, be running with this one. See, we have all this copper. We can then grab all this copper and not... Because we also need the sort of dedicated nuclear pasta facility. These are slowly but surely all being gone through. This one needs more radio control units again. You can have those. And you can have these. See, manually feeding this thing with a sloop, so we get double the pressure cubes. And this one is not slooped, because it'll just slowly but surely get the job done. Making nuclear pasta, which is also then being sent into our magical prison pocket. And then here we have just a bunch of supercomputers waiting to be grabbed. The normal computers are not being made on account of a lack of plastic, but that's okay, because the plastic importer for here is very inefficient. $52 items per minute. I think there should be a production of like 100. I'm intrigued. Oh well. We can have a quick look-see at what the heck's happening on the other side of that one, but all in all, there's nothing here we really need to look at. Just there. Do we have an extra hard drive? We don't. This guy's making our circuit boards. Also requiring the El Plastico. And all of that had been, in fact, researched. The last of the Deuterium one would be the stun rebar. Well, I mean, just, yeah, go for it. We got a excess of nonsense in our pockets anyway. Thank you.
Stun rebar ammo unlocked. This applies a moderate electric charge to the target, capable of stunning small creatures and moderately delaying larger ones. This is quite atomically exciting. That was a physics joke.
We needed those, we had these, then we needed the good old mycelia. There we go. Sweet caffeine.
Gas Nobelisk unlocked. Chase away creatures with a damaging cloud of gas. Note: also harms unwary pioneers. Not for recreational use.
pulsed one.
Pulse Nobelisk unlocked. This ammunition for the Nobelisk detonator generates a powerful shockwave capable of repelling nearby objects, including the user. Unrelated. Please ensure all your Fix-It liability waivers are up to date.
Need to be heading to sleep. Tomorrow's my day off, so I'm going to handle all the things I can during the stream days. Hey! Now some pathos. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming by to say hi. Always lovely to hear from you, and I hope you get some nice, good sleep, get good rest, and yeah, I know the feeling. You know, you have your days off are not days off. Days off are just for doing the other work. No such thing as a day off. Not anymore. Those days are long gone. Let's unlock more things. Like the cluster and obelisk is just fun.
Cluster Nobelisk unlocked. This type of
This one could be
Nobelisk
neat.
detonates into multiple smaller explosions. Can be
500.
used for clearing large areas of vegetation and other inconveniences. Addendum. Inconveniences, in this case is not defined to include persistent family members, raccoons, student debt, the sunrise, peer performance reviews, neighbors learning to play the saxophone, phone calls, or your favorite show getting cancelled.
It's not? Ooh, well, what's the point then? It's about like throw stuff away. I remembered, yes, but no, we throw away nowadays like a pawn. So there. And hopefully we'll have enough. If we do, then we just need... Well, understandably, we don't have those on hand. For the making of our very own nukes. For the turbo rifle ammo, I guess we have to like put some turbo fuel in a container. Fair enough. Yeah, hey, nice. Good night, my friend. Take it easy. So, turbo rifle ammo, and it needs, yeah, the turbo fuel, but in like a container. We'll have to look into all of that. And then reward for ionized fuel, which is something I kind of want to do at some point as well. We'll look at that after the sulfur stuff is done. But now we need to visit Magical Land of Nukes. 316 point... Oh wait, no, first we do the Magical Land of... Give me that. Followed by the Magical Land of Ammunition. The copper sheet. We make sort. We check... smoke. That won't help us much too much, but 500 units of smokeless powder. Plus any extra that we had left. There we go. And you'll just make the bullet, and then the excess, there you go. And then you'll be turning the bullet into homing bullet. Because we still have a bunch of these here, and you're pretty much the only one who makes use of them. Although, and yeah, nice. Let's just follow a quick wire. Have some plastic. Make fantastic. Whoosh, look at him go fast. And you are then making the circuit boards, and that'll just keep these guys going for a wee while. Just a wee while longer. Oh. Literally nobody using these right now. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh, yes, yes. That means, we need wire and steel for the motor factory, so we can get the steel from here, which is mostly just exporting the steel. But we can make the steel, we can get the concrete. I think it's literally making pipes in there right now. So if we also then ship via road the Caterium, we can turn that Caterium into wire and have a motoric motor exports. Because this thing is inefficient, but you know what? It still kind of works just fine. And then we'll have a drone next to it. One to export pipes, one to export motor. It's gonna be heckin' grand, it will. I almost left without getting rid of all my animal bits. And that's just, wasting space now, isn't it? No, no. And before we're done with this, one of the old ideas that I had was an underground, so there'd be more than one place where I could like dump an inventory. And then it goes to a large set of program splitters to settle things here and there and so forth. And so then it will, okay, like ingots, a lot of stuff actually would be going to an awesome sink. A lot of other stuff would then be reorganized to places that might make use of those. Actually, that'd be perfect. Everything goes to places where they might make use of those. Everything that is an excess gets then, say, goes into a sink. And anything that is, something we might say, like, it'll identify gears. If I accidentally put in, our gear in there, it'll then detect those and send them somewhere else. Where I can then do a sort of player pickup. There, that's all the animal remains from the multidimensional prison pocket. That's that. Oh. It's fun because technically there's no point in having these in thousands. It's a 64 DNA capsules, but this is just a pure manipulation of the player, of the viewer. We'll just make them in the thousands so they feel like such big numbers. Oh, for a tiny bit there, we have standard points for the 21 million points per minute. That must have been, I'm assuming, a long time ago, because there's no real info. Then that's when we sank a large storage of project parts at this massive speed, is my guess. So that got us to the 300. Go all the way to the nuke facility, just so we can unlock the nukes, because I got all the obelisks in my pocket right now. We can, might as well get rid of them. And yeah. I've been defaulting left so far. There we go, we switched, and well, the next one should default then to the left as well. Yes, it does. That was a much cleaner switch than my My silly crossings. Need to work on those. And in these ones, you have to then switch, because then with that one it defaults straight ahead. Now, it mentions that the thing can only be, like, entered from alongside, and I wonder if that really true, because if this could be an entrance, and that would be an exit, that would make these a lot simpler. Why don't I just try? I often, believe what I read, and sometimes that's the wrong way to go. Well, don't I feel silly? I guess we'll have to redo the blueprint and then redo all of those drop-offs. Because that when because it's always annoying when I have to like keep on like just paying attention. Like, oh no, we're getting to the end here now. I have to remember to push the button in time. And why are you? How dare you be broken like this? Hey there, Mordin Eridanis. Hope you're doing well. Now, let's go find... Oh, right. Yeah. We already have an EM control exporter for some of those project parts. These guys are all working hard. Importing 206 items a minute, consuming a potential 240. Oh. I see. It could be worse then. So we might want to then have another dedicated exporter. I'm starting to think that might be a good idea to have like resource silo like hubs with a lot of like export stations, and then many places can like pick up from those, but then many things are delivering, because that way when you realize like, oh, okay, we're exporting more than we actually can make in that one station, and then but I would then have to link more than one drone into this one being the import one. And that's a little tricky, because they wouldn't have a dedicated exporter that only exports to this one. But if we had a central sort of like warehouse, then we notice like, okay, now we're exporting faster than we're importing. Well, this will increase the speed of import, which is easier to do. With, say, trains and so on, and just building a new mine, and I don't link it with trucks. Logistics. There is pleasure in figuring that stuff out. Here as well, them stators are at 62. And... okay, won't fit there. You're a merger. Because you were devouring 68 per minute. You were... No. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be 60. So, yeah, nope. Nope. You were perfect. These were then consuming 38, reducing 32. You're low on the quick wire. Because you're low on the Caterium ingots. Yeah. But these guys are catching up, and that's A-okay. Do a quick little fold. Now there should be an excess of these pretty much. This is good. But we're gonna want to grab them from here. Because, yeah, how many did we need? We checked with the MAM. Satisfactory coming along slowly but surely. We're getting distracted again, which is a surprise to no one. -8. I'm do 9, 10. There, we can make our own nukes.
Nuke Nobelisk unlocked. This Nobelisk uses a nuclear fission reaction to generate a massive explosion. Ensure all Fixit employees are clear of the blast zone before detonation. You probably should not use this. I am not joking. No refunds available. Side effects include glowing, growing extra limbs, liquefied skin, unexpected cravings for flesh, itching scalp, hair loss, finger loss, loss in general, indigestion, and flatulence. Please consult your weapons manufacturing facility if symptoms persist beyond the half-life of uranium-238.
I think that was very funny because the description was pretty much Fallout. Fallout characters. Wish we could also get mirror these. Flatulence? I can't remember if there was actually a flatulence one, but the itchy scalp one is quite memorable. I think they made a nice little appearance in Fallout 3, maybe Fallout 4. Because in Fallout 2, there was a guy who had itchy scalp and had that tree growing out of his head. You know, we'll look into that at another later point in time. But yeah, the ghouls had a rough time of it. In the world of Fallout. And yeah, and these symptoms persist longer than you have the half-life of uranium, which is quite long. And which also might be a reference to the fact that, yes, the ghouls ended up becoming sort of functionally immortal. Now let us see, under transport we find the train station. We need 3 stops. It'll be 1, 2. That's 1 stop, 2 stop, 3 stop. Train station. Heck, we'll just take him 1 spot from the front. There we go. Followed by the freight platforms. 1, 2, 3. That one gets changed out to a fluid freight platform. Yeah, no one's blinking. That should all be a-okay. Okay. And under here we find the inverted ramp of 2 meters. Now we're gonna have to then figure out, how do we link all this? Oh well. Fast signal going in, and that should be it. Yeah. Block signal here. Block signal there, and block signal there. Nice and simple like. Yeah, this is a stupid blueprint. Should be the other way around. That the straight one should be the exit, and the side entrance enters back in the tubes. But I just can't be bothered to fix it right now because it is not the most relevant thingy right now. And now we have the very, very important question of what is this place called. So we're importing the nitrogen gas, make nitric acid. We're importing quartz crystals to make silica and, well, I guess also quartz crystals. We'll add a new quartz crystal exporter here. We will... sorry? Damn. There we go. That's fine. Also then import the copper ore to make the copper sheets. And we'll be then importing the sulfur, but that'll be because there's pure node that is feeding currently into the turbo fuel stuff, which means there's a lot of excess. So we're just going to be split a part of that into here with the secret belt spaghetti. It's going to make him fine. Reorganize must mug. There we go. Reclaim access to T and say we should call it the fruit computers import. Find a good color for see, that one looks nice and fruity, like avocado theme. Okay, perfect. Then we build your electric locomotor. The fruit choice? No. Tag it. We'll call it avocado. There we go. And timetable. Because this one we had to be sort of clever-ish with. Not too much, actually. We just go to the quartz pickup. 1, followed by copper ore pickup, followed by nitrogen gas pickup, and the fruit computers import. Save the changes. Now there was a train station somewhere apparently, and it still has carries the horrifying name of Perace, and I'm like, where that? I don't think we have any like train stations that are like actually not in use, but are still connected to the train network. Because they have to be connected to the train network for that thing to be able to, oh, there it is. The hell, dude. This is the fuel hole station. No trains coming in, as far as I know. A lot of trains on the move. And excess fuel being continuously made and sunk. Still some smokeless gunpowder. Excess fabrics being sunk. Making empty canisters. Packaging the fuels. Some leftover rubber here. You're working at full speed. We're slowly but we're surely getting all that done. Y'all are complaining because there's too much turbo fuel. And these all have multiple shards. Huh. let's have a quick look-see. We're making the turbo fuel, and this is used to make the rocket fuel. That one is the nitric acid, which we're making over yonder. And it creates some compacted coal, which could be used fed back into the turbo fuel. So I think we could essentially, yeah, pipe overs and then some excess nitric acid over here eventually to make the rocket fuel, and then see if we can directly put some of those in some aluminium alibali containers and use that to unlock the ionized fuel eventually. Oh, bugger. Well, hello there, Raiders. Welcome on in. Hey there, Epoch Smog. What you up to? Ooh, heavy bullets. How's that one? I've seen a grand total of like 1 clip of that game. Should hopefully not be ad hell. What's good? It's a favorite game of mine. I decided to play it after work. Hey, nice. That's always a fun one to have a chance to play those. Play your own favorites. Especially after work. Get to chillax and relax and have a good time. Well, that's always nice. So, but hey, of course, welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know who I am, hi. I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, a Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, and latest ridiculously addicted to all these sweet and wonderful games about automation and building. We're taking our sweet time to complete phase 5 because I just get lost in like just building systems and then suddenly trying to build a house. Trying to make it all, well, look kind of nice. I do my best. I don't always succeed, but I do try. But yeah, here we're doing a computer factory. Okay, the exports from here would then be going through here. Then down. We can then expand on this way to have the... have it be running on... Oh yeah, no, you're not avocado. Yeah. Satisfactory is a deep well of hyperfocus. Months disappear. That is absolutely true, Farron. 100%. I heard of this game, but I never saw it in first person. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Factorio would be the usual, your classic factory game, top-down, right? And then Satisfactory has the same sort of automation, but it doesn't have the same sort of external pressures of limited resources and, you know, hostile enemies you have to really deal with. I mean, there are hostile enemies here, but it's more a game about throughput, because you find your resource nodes and then they end up being infinite. But they only produce an X amount of resource per minute, pretty much. And then as your technology progresses, you get better miners, so you get more out of them per minute, and so on. And then you can build whatever you want. Like I'm building these giant roads around, because with universal vehicle paths, so that there's trucks driving around here, which are very much not the most efficient way of moving stuff around, but I wanted to build roads, so I did. Beneath the roads are my sort of like train networks, which are usually just much better than trucks in pretty much every way. It's always a little bit of a shame. Leftover little ghost there. I forgot we need a dedicated right-hand turn here because we changed how this stuff works. I'm wearing my hover pack, so as long as I'm close to something, an electric source, I can keep on hovering forever. And yeah, you can build stuff like pretty much to levitate, but I like things to make sort of logical sense, so I like building my pillars. So it's a game with your factory design, your factory like building, your throughput design, you're trying to go for efficiency and whatnot, so everything you can, and you know, resources. resource usage, but also very much a game about architecture. Seeing as we have sort of like full three-dimensional spaces here, and we can then paint things and change the patterns, like paint patterns on things, change what material they're sort of made of, and so on. It's a lovely one. Maybe I'm thinking of Factorio. That's an awesome, nice little game. Yeah. And then, the music we'll listen to is also in-game, but there's a straight-up boombox, which you can turn on and off again. So the different map areas, because then if we check here the map, all these things are like, okay, there's a lot of stuff here on the map right now. Let's see if we can hide some. Like, start with those, for example. There we go. So I have radars and things that show. So these are all vehicles like trains and drones and trucks that are driving around here. These are all the various like drone stops and radar towers that I marked and built here. The radar tower has a sort of range, and within that range it then highlights things. So we can turn them off here. But the map is actually very, very large. And it's sort of custom made. There's many different biomes, so there is a lot of joy in just exploration, running around. The different biomes do actually have their own soundtracks and music and so on, so there's the cool vibes happening here and there. And then you can unlock different kinds of cassette tapes, including the worst of Goat Simulator. Max out the volume for that one. Good old Goat Simulator, Goat music. And yeah, like I said, you're not actually bound by gravity and so on. You see, this thing is completely levitating. I'm going to build supports here because I think they look nicer that way. This is my sort of temporary setups here. And you can then, with larger things, you can build these, you can build a sort of blueprint machine, and if you build within its like confines, you can then build sort of large tiles at a time, like from a vehicle infrastructure, roadblock 1.5. This is sort of how I built my roads. Let's see, we go down here, and then I can build a sort of roadblock like that. Schwang. And that's how you end up with your nice, straight, standardized roads, which I've also left hollow on the inside so that I can hide some structure inside, because I'm trying to like avoid having all the like belt spaghetti, as I say, all around the terrain. So I hide it inside here. Now my machine is like a 10-year-old machine, so we're running on like medium graphic settings here, but still, it looks good in my opinion. And then just a copy of that one and zoop it down, and you got a nice little pillar. They can also dismantle individual blocks or the entire blueprint all at once. And the stuff goes inside your inventory. Hey there, Ratmost! Late for the raid! Hey, better late than never. Always lovely to see you around, Ratmost. Hope you're doing well. Are your blueprints available somewhere? Alice Lamore, no. Can we share these blueprints? Not late, you're just in time, Ratmost. Ooh. Just in time for the goat music. Now, has a train arrived while I was not looking? And answer is not. Or maybe actually, because these were actually all on load settings and not unload, which is what they're supposed to be doing. So who knows? Well, I wasn't paying attention. Has the avocado train come and gone? I don't think he has, because I think that's the avocado train. You see, every now and then, something moves around and it just turns red. I don't know why. I think I've built so many things, I think the save is like approaching the kind of state where it might have it's having some performance issues. I must go. Thank you so much for being so welcome. Yeah, of course. Had to sleep and have no work tonight. Keep me up. Thank you so much. Well, hey, no worries. Take care of yourself. I hope you have a lovely sleep. I'll be seeing you around, my friend. Take it easy. And you can share blueprints you make. I think there's a way to share bases and such. Okay. Enjoying some tunes. The only way I figured out how do I like stop the red highlights. I'm assuming it's the game's highlighting. Like, hey, there might be a bug happening. I'm like, I don't care. Make it work or you won't. Sleep well, Epoch. Yeah. I don't have too many blueprints in use right now. I have, yeah, for the T crossing, straight road crossing, the old one at a 45 degree, which is, and a 90 degree one, and a slope. Guess I'll have to figure out how do I share these and like put them on the Discord if someone wants them. Because these are all my train systems is just built with two blueprints. The roundabout and then the block pillar. So the roundabout is kind of self-explanatory. I was wondering, why'd you go there? And then I realized, yes, of course. I kind of forgot to link the actual roundabout, didn't? There you go. I'm gonna go there and do a UE and then come back all the way there. Next time, it can actually take a left. Yeah, roundabout, one blueprint, and then the sort of block pillar, which is this thing. Which I built these, and I was then like just happy to discover that because they were centered, they fit into each other kind of perfectly. And then you just pull the pillar down. Oop, there you go. Hey. And let me know if the Discord invite link is expired or something. Then I can make a new one. That's good. Excellent. Nowhere near as active as I should be on the Discord, but I've always... Well, I can't really say always, but I know. So especially in these later years, yeah, I've become a bit worse at maintaining the whole social media presence. Which I really should work on now that I'm considering what I do now. I'm gonna zoom this one here because that allows us to do that. There we go. So we just have the slightly upturned corners here. Just for some smoothing, we can leave the sharp corner on this side because this is where the exports will be happening, and I haven't really figured out how to make all that work just yet. And this is where the goat music starts getting slightly more wild, so we're gonna take down that volume just a little bit. Oh yeah, so now we should have nitrogen gas, quartz crystals, and copper ore. Fucking fantastic. Now the copper ore is gonna take a while, and those two. Let's open up the list of recipes. So I think, yeah, nitric acid is what we wanted to make. Now to make that we need water, which we got from here, and then iron plates. Now the iron plates we'll get them importing by drone. The nitric gas, well, we already got that one here. And the plan is to do quartz purification. Now if we assume we do... Let's try to do like a silly amount. Like 1,200 quartz per minute, like full maximum speed from a Mark III belt. We'll produce all of that. We would then need 4 machines making this one, meaning we do 4 times that would be 500 units of nitrogen gas that fits inside the Mark III belt. The water will then be coming in by pumps, and well, 40 iron plates is easy enough. Especially, yeah, we want to make also some excess nitric acid because we'll be eventually shipping it to the nearby fuel factory to turn that turbo fuel into rocket fuel and all that jazz. Right. Oh. Gotta remember, try not to fall too far down, because if we get too far away from the train lines, which are currently carrying all the electricity I'm using to power the hover pack. So I'm thinking we do a sort of wall down from here, similarly to what we're doing there. It looks a little chaotic with everything built, all the stuff we're making like directly beneath there. The only liquid really being made is the nitric acid, so we could make it closer to the train station. Because it didn't take quite that much water, so then we pump up the water. Right, bedtime, good night. Hey, well, thank you again for coming to say bye to say hi, Ratmos. Appreciate it. Thank those wonderful raids for bringing you here. And I hope you have a sweet, good, hope you had a good sleep and sweet, sweet rat dreams. You know, lovely little rat bed. Always lovely seeing you around. Oh. Sweet cheesy dreams. Now, the architecture, we're gonna look at these inverted frame ramps. Or like this side. And we can have these go all the way around. Well, this is our sort of like starting ones, and these would then go all the way down, I think. Yes. Now to make the acid, we need like a set of refineries. So we could have the refineries like sticking out here on the side. Or refineries have like their chimneys sticking up from here. So we have some of that mild overlap. I dropped the diagram and screenshot in the Discord general gaming channel of the belt balancer I knocked together a while back. I get kicked out of. Ooh. I can't check it out at the same time because this game eats all my RAM. So my computer stutters a lot, but I can if after I get a little zoopin checked here. Gosh darn you bashed there. No. There we go. These are tricky because they got so much like empty space in them. But I got a phone. And while that one loads, we check out our production, and in the production we find the refinery. There's H. Yeah, so we can sort of see. I was thinking something like that could be sort of fun. And if we're going to follow the sizes, then you'd be there. Alright, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. And that is a proper crazy goat music. A 27-lane balancer built by the back each side could fit by every input equally. Oh, that looks amazing. Very neat. Very neat indeed. I like how they like the crossing ones went in a sort of like neat way that they didn't like clip into each other too much. Look very nice. I approve. Though I found that this game doesn't really need eye balancers quite as much in the same way that, say, Factorio makes use of them. I feel that that's because this one has more... I realize I don't need one of these here, do I? I'm going to use thick concrete slab. Because I think Factorio had more of the whole large scale and limited resource, which means you have to really care about that kind of stuff more, whereas the whole manifold approach is surprisingly just multi-purpose with this one. Also put your invitation to a DC on Twitch is expired. Yes. But it did work for Farron just now. So if it's not working for you, let me know. And I'll see about redoing it. Oh, the info one. Oh, right. Yeah, that one. I've completely forgotten the update. Yes, the info panel one would be expired. Yeah, sorry about that one. I will have to add that to a to-do list. I have terrible memory. Terribly sorry, everyone. Mark here. Where's the info panel? Does not. Yeah, because yeah. It was one of those things. Yeah, someone like pointed out and like, hey, oh, you did like the invite, it wasn't working, like midstream, and they were using the link in chat, and then I upgraded that one because I can easily get here via the because it goes via streamer bot. Which then just happens, you know, nice and faster. Oh well, we'll just see how it works. I think a streamer bot is something I have on here, but then to upgrade for the full Twitch. There you go. Twitch site, you know, then it just takes a little longer. I'm wondering like if this would... Not really. But, think about doing something else a little funny. But yes, I wanted to be in contact with this one. And you all know what that means. Yes, it's time to muck around with good old beans. I think that might be... Otherwise good, but off by like, yeah, the tiniest amount. Try the same thing. Objective achieved. Next, this kind of thing, clipping through the frames, is for me just fine because it's a different kind of like support system. So now we have. Let's go back. Excellent. Now we could have a sort of matching thing on the other end here. Even if the math wouldn't be perfect. Because that one should be able to hide a lot of like unfortunate clipping. And similarly we can then attach to the sort of bent, what is that called? Bent screw? No, the freaking diagonal support pillar can be then attached to the main sort of platform, heavy platform here, which is supporting this level of refineries. Now, of course, I started looking at those, and then I remembered, wait, but refineries spew up a little bit of smoke, don't they? From the little flat end, or is it just the? So I might have to put them a little further down so they don't have a sort of smoke animation coming from the bottom of, completely through the concrete, or do they only have that when they sloop? Then clipping into there is, oh no. Well, I can't see any issues. Let's see. How do we double check easy like that? Now it's highlighted. Okay, so it's a little nubbin. It's completely inside the foundation, so that's fine. A quick visit over there to the fuel factories. So there's a lot of refineries there that are pretty much, well, if they for the basic fuel front, on they're on all the time. The fuel hole station here is just, well, it's there. Doesn't do much. Now y'all are on at all times. Yeah, okay. There is a little steam animation coming from these as well. That's pretty much all I needed to know. So they do need to take at least one step further down. Well, that's okay. I kind of feel like I might then want to have some I have to do something fun with the weight here, because right now it looks a little too sort of left heavy. We'll make it work. Hello there, Joust. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around, friendo. I was considering we can probably make that work on this end. Oh, not you.
Hello there.
Well, hello there, Joust. Hope you're doing well. See, having these on this end looks okay. You know what? Let's try putting them here as well. Now, you should be able to do this. Perfect. Either the structure will continue that way, or then the sort of support pillar for me will actually move a couple of steps left, which actually might be better. 'Cause if this thing goes down by 1, it should be enough to make sure that the animation there gets works better. Now, for just in case. Double check. Yeah, that'll be perfect. And with the idea of having the lamps come up a little bit, yeah, middle one wins. And this way we're pretty neatly. Like, how would you? And then one tiny step to the left. Okay. That also looks like it could kind of work. And a half step is something we can work with. Okay. It's a little off, but it's not too bad. We can hide a lot of the Z fighting, I feel, with some of those frame things. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Oh no. Almost there. Let's have another look-see then from here. I'll still leave that Z fighting, I'm afraid.
Sunoff 10 TP. Good morning.
Hi there, Ogla. Good morning, Joe. Hope you're doing well. Oh, and hope you're enjoying your lurking and you're escaping while you're lurking. You're having a good one, friend. Hey, Joe. Alright, so how about we just do this then? And see, like, where would be... I think this is sort of there, so we... There, so now it's connecting sort of to this layer. Some that could be then done with some other materials, but otherwise it seems to be doing good. It's all getting so freaking giant and thick though. Yeah, half step is still too much. Gosh darn. No, this one. So otherwise good, but it's on the wrong side pretty much. This thing should be supporting from below more than from above. Come on, you stupid aiming. Come on. And a half step up, and you clip it in. There. And this is why it takes me forever to get anything made in this game, because I get lost in these little details that don't really matter that much. But they matter to me, and hence, and therefore, you know, I spend time on these. Because I'm also thinking that we do that. And that. And might get rid of this one completely. Because it's more the support from beneath that is the important one here. You know, compression, rather than fighting the power of stretch. Now we can do that, and now it looks slightly more comprehensive, at least to me. Man, how would this look? Dumb, that's what. Good to know. Other than that, I'm pretty okay with this, though we might want to do that. Part of me is thinking maybe I should then take the floor down one more step, just so we'll have a sort of... There's no point in having this little support structure here. Oops. Yep, I think that's the answer. And so it came to pass that the previous plan of like to try to have these as sort of like high up as possible was abandoned. Or this plan instead. And that's okay. We discovered what is the like smallest amount of space we need, like facing up for what we're planning for and how we're gonna make it, and then we then have discovered that it needs to go slightly further down for all of this to look just right. And I do feel that that is actually straight up necessary, as is okay, we'll leave that one out for the for the Z fighting. We'll look better with it there, but we'll live with it. One half step up, and then we scootly poop it all to the left, because these are, symmetrical, so we should be able to do this just fine. There. There, freaking perfect. See, now we have good support. We still need support going that way, but that's a then problem but that we'll figure out once we get there. For now, we do this. Now, did we ever figure out? I think we did, but let's see here. We'll do the the quartz crystal, we want to make this thing. So, and we were thinking about doing a crazy amount, like 10 of these refineries. Right? Excellent. So we need 100 units of nitric acid. We're producing 600 units of dissolved silica, which is exactly what a Mark II pipe can handle. So that'll be a-okay. And 100 nitric acid will require 3.3 machines. So 4 machines. Taking in, yeah, both. Wait, 4 machines. 4 machines, and that'll be 400. Be 500 units of nitrogen gas. So that's within the bound of my Mark II pipe. And then what's that? 60, 120 water. And then for the iron plate. The iron plates will be coming in via drone. The pump, the water ball, we're pumping it from below. So yeah, 4 machines for this one. Now the gas is on the front half of the machine, so we'll see about having them 4 of these here next to each other. So let's do under production. We find the refiner E. Yeah. One. We discovered that we did all of this with the absolute wrong assumption. What we need is blenders, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. Well, don't I feel like a silly goose? And none of you said anything. Damn you, chat. Thank you, Go5 Streambots, helping me sell out. I'll do it. For money. Just lurking. Hey, hey, no worries, apple shavings. Fear not. I appreciate all you lurkers. I'm not actually mad. I'm just a little silly at times. So the nitrogen gas and yeah. I guess. Okay, the problem is now that we know that we do need then 4 of those buggers. We can't even fit 3 next to each other this way. Your size is a little over 2. I mean, I guess we can fit 3 if we just scoot that a little bit to the side. So we'll have. Yeah. Have you all facing this way. That is 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Then we'll have the main sort of thoroughfare in the middle be all empty like. There you go. So this is the nitric acid production. And we needed 100. If we do all of these, that'll be 120. We need a little bit of extra at least for the turbo fuel turning into rocket fuel, which will then be just also pumping out from here. That'll be all fine. And the sulfur is coming in from there. We need to make the sulfuric acid for something. I don't remember needing a sulfuric acid for something. Maybe leaching things. Maybe we'll even have the sulfuric acid be made over yonder and we'll also pipe it in. Who knows? For now, though, I think it's time to consider ourselves fully goated out. Put on the proper building music of the absolute fix-it. So, one input from far below, the water, one input from straight above, the gas, and iron plates via drones. Where will the drone port go? What will be the least offensive? We're gonna need more than one drone port anyway, so I was thinking we could make like a field of drone ports this way. Yeah, so the structure is gonna be ending up sort of leaning this way, and that way this won't be quite as like odd eventually, hopefully. Hopefully at least. Oh, and you there, friendo. I think you might look better that way. Yeah. Excellent, because we'll have pipes and things running over here which do not need the sort of ongoing concrete support. So this way we'll have this sort of concrete supports only for the heavy machinery. And drones will be happening here. You'll end up facing... Now this will be an import, which means they also need a battery importer. So a quick look-see at battery recipes. Now this one wants sulfuric acid, aluminum solution, and then aluminum casings. So not much we can do about that one, other than I don't know, bringing bauxite from somewhere. I think Crusher Hole's just egging us on, eh? No, you. I see what you did there. There we go. So we can make... I think it's better to like just continue with our ongoing habit of having a... Oh. Sweet Jesus. My OBS is lagging like crazy. But everything looks like it should be working fine though, so let me know if things are looking or sounding weird. And we'll see about if there's something I can do to lower the load on my machine. So if we then... I did actually change scene, so that scene is a little broken. Huh, that was working better. Thank you. I kind of forgot I changed scenes for... I wanted to make a silly effect. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like because the game, my save, I keep on building, you know, excessively with too many bits and so on, and all of that needs to be simulated. So I'm assuming this save is reaching the point of I should try to rein myself in, but I don't know if I can. Because the old war machine, she's doing her best. She's doing her best, Captain. But she can only go so far. That's why I got my Ko-Fi for like, hey, yo, help me do a computer upgrade. I need one. And you know, I'll most likely get one eventually. So we put these there, and then we'll need multiple drones. Huh. We're not really building above here anymore. We might do some catwalking and things, which means the drone ports which is here. So if we have one here, for example. Frick. How are you off by like that tiny amount? Well, either way. So I was wondering if I could do this. Then your imports and exports. So if this was, say, the battery station. Oh yeah, we know we can't do that there. Oh, that's fine then. That would be it. And huh. Didn't look quite as neat as I was hoping. But, see, your height is around here. So, if we do it this way around. See, that looks much neater. You can have the cable go through the middle there. We could even hide these things by having a beam go all the way through. But I think that looks actually pretty acceptable. I'm okay with that. Now that means we also need then have some framed foundations. We switch over to the zoopy choices and we just zoop a giant tenor. The inverted ramp will also join in. And there we go. Who knows? Maybe we end up reaching all the way to the rocks there. That'll be fine. So so in that way, a lot of the factory will be sort of facing that way. Now the nitric acid here will, you'll come in from there, move in here, then the outputs meet in the middle and go that way. Fantastic. And a part of it then gets piped into the road and over yonder. Watching, awesome. Hey, thank you. Appreciate all of you. And no reason to feel called out. No rush, no worries. I appreciate all you're all just hanging out and having me in the background. That's what I do. I've heard that my voice and way of talking can be, nice. Some good background noise. And I'll happily be that. So, no worries. And no rushies, friendos. Ooh, yes. You see, we had the batteries go up before, but how about for this one? We have a sort of dedicated inner... Do you export? There we go. We'll have to snag a set of batteries, so we put them in there. And this was it fruit computers? I was to fall asleep to you, but I work nights now. Oh, well, thank you. I do my best. I hope the night shifts go well, my friend. I know they can get a little stressful. But they can also be quite chill. Not exactly sure what you do, but either way, hope you're having a nice day. So the food computer's battery import is now set, and this port connects to, there should be factory north battery export. And then that'll start running out of batteries again very quickly. I don't know. We could probably use that one for like battery colors here from here on. Fan-hecking-tastic. And then its batteries come out. They feed into itself, among other things. We do organizationals, we find from here nothing. And the logistics, we find the splitter. And same splitter there. And there. So that way it imports the batteries, then it feeds into its own fuel hole. And then it'll feed into all the other fuel holes as well. Fantastic. Then we'll need a Roni Porty here. Like upon so. And you are fruit computers iron plate import, and this port links to iron plate export NE, so northeast. Y'all can get linked, have a drone, and iron stuff gets to be unpainted metal. And I kind of forgot about that. Try it again. There you go. I just sent the CV to M Dollar and I'm already stressed up to now. Ooh. Yeah, I know the feeling. Well, the thing is, it's out. You sent the CV out. It's out of your hands. Let's hope for the best. There's nothing more you can do, so there's nothing really to stress about. Now, of course, easier said than done. I do know. Oh. Battery imports have happened. Now it's feeding into itself and into that one. There you go. So now iron plates coming in. Now we just need the water. And for this one, we might as well have it come from, say, straight below. And we'll make use of these framed foundations, because I think they're neat. Now this setup needed a grand total of 120 water and 1 water extractor. Well, that's one. That would be it then. And one extractor would be enough here. So if we come in here from the side. Yeah, that one worked. Do that. Not entirely certain why that worked, but neat, I suppose. The best is I win in lottery tomorrow and I will not have to deal with bullshit anymore. No plane crash in my house, the same results. Well, let's hope the lottery win. I think that'll be more fun for everyone involved. Well, that was weird. Let's try it again.
Stop shrimping, streamer man. Have a drink on me.
Well, thank you, Grusho. Give me a sec. Velocity check. Okay. Crash the back. I was most definitely shrimping, so thank you. And thank you for the hydrate. I do appreciate it. There we go. So, where's my thingy? There's my thingy. Now we should be able to eyeball it a little better. I mean, this, of course, doesn't matter, like, like, literally not at all. And, frankly, I kind of like you going across here, though, so let's see. How would we make it make sense? And I'm thinking either a... Oh. I think that might be better than anything else I was trying to... I was overcomplicating a simple problem that was never a problem to begin with. So to get rid of that, with a pipe between these 2 points. Do that. Didn't really want to work. Means we want the end to be kind of there. Plus, I do all of that, only to remember, the imports are in the middle. Not the exports. Like, whoops. Well, that means we need to get at the pipe. Well, easy solution. There. There we go. Oh, nice and awkward like. So then we would do this to say there to begin with. Well, it's better. Nothing else. There we go. And then the production of the water extractor. And 120 was exactly what we wanted. There we go. So that takes care of that water issue. And we need the T-crossings. There. I want to wait for the pipes to fill up with the water and stuff. And that is now being slowly filled up to the point where it gets here, and then it's... yeah, pouring down here is fine. Point that I'm kind of considering, maybe I should put a small... buffer here. So we can wait for all this to fill up, and then, you know, once these guys suck out some water, then it'll take a little while for the water then to start refilling this pipe. But having that buffer there means that there should be more chance for like just constant flow happening, and that should be a-okay. And then we'll do some catwalks and stuff around, but first we'll then have to figure out the connections. These, unless we go like just... There we go. There we go. There we go. And that'll help me aim. Yeah, I'll be fine. There we go. Aha! More easily by placing a pump. Perhaps. But this also works. There we go. And the pipes are getting filled with some gas. We could do a little bit of color coding here. It must be perfectly aligned for or else. Is that true? Guess you're a sucker for centering feature with control. Yeah. I mean, I do the centering feature with the control, but sometimes they want to, sometimes they just go like, nope. You know, I'll show you the beam, but I won't center it for you. Which is just infuriating. Like, why only sometimes? It can be, yeah. Now that should hopefully be, oh no, acceptably centered and straighten up. There you go. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, and I hope you have a most wonderful day, friend. So there we go. So now the plates would come in from here, connect to there. Things are looking a-okay. And then from the logistics, we find the stackable conveyor poles. There we go. Now the plates are flowing in, and it has a funny little support. Now, okay. Powers are coming in from here. Which means it's time for, you guessed it, so making catwalks. I bet the boy may go. Yeah, it went well. He got himself a sort of intravenous. Our old boy got some intravenous pain medication. Should help him out. He's like already. I mean, it technically shouldn't really be that much effect yet, but it still already feels like he's doing just so much better. There we go. And it's handy that it's intravenous one, so that because he's been having some digestion issues, so that means our boy Gimli can then do his best and not worry too much about the whole. You don't have to worry about him getting diarrhea and other digestion problems, because it's because of the medication causing havoc with his sensitive gut. But instead, you know, he gets just... That was a nice medication. I think I want a support in the middle and a... Alright. Yep. Now let's see here. We do the... Where is it? Yes, a cross beam. That's the one. So that is 8. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we need to 12. Same one down here. Cable beams. It's like hanging on the ceiling. Exact Town soundtrack has shapes vibes. Now this is the absolute fix-it one. Let's see here. Wow. You know what we do have? Ceiling space. Do we put in some lights? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would be the middle for the lower, but not the upper. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, and that'd be the middle from the point of view of the top. All right, we had a little look-see. So it won't be that way, but if we just go in the middle of the two machines instead, and their middle line is here. Yeah, the middle is in that quarter. It's in the quarter. The middle is in between on that seam. It is in the middle of that seam. You get power there somehow. And I don't want to pull a beam across there, which means we do connect this one there. This corner goes there. There you go, friend hole. And then we check out the crossbeam. There. Yeah. And we'll look at power. We find the wall outlet mark 1. Add one there. And link it there. Illumination. And acid production. Heck yeah. There. So now I got those taken care of. And the acid is being produced. And the output let's see here, should be then head in. There. There. So that is one part done. Then we bring down the quartz and we do quartz a fun times. I think. Okay, let's have a look at it from slightly further away again. And yeah, part of the output will then be sort of be exported. We'll leave that as just a placeholder for like an idea. Now, if I want to make use of the sort of angle shape that we got happening here, I'm thinking the next level will be go down and then further that way. And let's see here. No, wrong one. And these were made in refinery. Now we want 10 refineries here. So 10 refineries used to make a lot of stuff. Just we're doing it. Why 10? Because why not? It felt like a wonderfully excessive plan. So that's what we're doing. Okay, so 10 refineries take a lot of space, though. And while figuring this one out was fun, I don't think we're gonna do it again. And you know, technically we don't need any of this. So what we're gonna do though is look at our architectural options and find some modern railings. There. Now it looks slightly better, sort of contained. And that whole thing, well, we'll leave it there for now, because we might then have like a staircase, like we turn this into a T-bone, T-shape, and the staircase goes down. You see, that could work. And with them here, these actually impact sort of sensibly. So I'm okay with that. The ultimate minus shame. Well, practice makes perfect. Filter select. And it all depends. Do you want to work fast, or do you want to get like lost in the sauce of like, hey, how do I make this architecture work? Can I make beams go down in like funny shapes? Because I've seen like a lot of people making like some insanely cool builds, and I feel like such a just rank amateur. I'm just doing my best here. Try to make things kind of work. Now, we want 10 refineries though, so we'll need a minimum height of here-ish. Or fall down a little bit. What is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then this one would be a little threatened, but this one can be also scooted further that way. So it fits into this one pipe, and we can have more water pumps over that way. And I was thinking we could have a sort of wider spread here. And again, yeah, we want 10 of those only for the first step. That's very true. Heck. 10 of these, and then they produce 600 units of dissolved silica. And to deal with that, we would need and then 5 blenders to turn that dissolved silica into 5 times 270. That would be 1,350 units of silica. And we need limestone. I think we have 0. No one is exporting limestone currently. 5 times that would be 250. 250 means we could technically deal with that via drone. If we check out our map, do we have... No, of course, because I turned off the resource buttons because there's just too many of these buggers. And yeah, the closest limestone would be here. We could then, in theory, sneak it and snake it all the way here using the magical power of spaghetti hidden inside of the road. But I think we'd rather do that. Now 250. I'm wondering, can I pull that off with a drone? Depends on how far away the drone is, and is there more than one drone involved? Oh no. I hate it when I press this and it doesn't like as immediately assume I'm gonna write. I should be like I press O and that part is highlighted so I can just keep on writing immediately. Does anyone else need limestone? Build silica. We can turn limestone into all kinds of shenanigans. Other than that, it's just concrete production. Yeah. Oh. We can turn sulfur into limestone, but yeah, they need to involve in green like freaking Sam instead. Well, that won't be worth it. So drone it is, I guess, because we can't really fit more wagons into this here train. Now we could, of course, then just add a new separate train station that just brings in limestone. But then again, it's just a little bit down the road there for these limes. Well, I think that sounds like a problem for a future me. For the hunt of the future. Because right now we're gonna think about where do I shove 10 refineries. We can't get too close to here because we're building everything on road grid rather than world grid. Well, that's okay. That's what we're building on the water. Gives us freedom to do whatever the heck we want. Not what I was supposed to be doing, but it is what we are doing. I saw the shapes and I didn't like them. They need the extra support. Yeah, that's better. And then the refineries will also get the heavy concrete. We'll have something that extends the top here a little bit to the side as well, because there's two outputs that need to come down. All of them's going to need a bunch of refineries, actually. Well, there's enough space to spread into. Yeah, we're going to make sulfuric acid here so that we can make leached iron ingots. I mean, leached copper. We do have that recipe, right? We don't. Well, hopefully we'll find one. Got that done 37.5 a minute. This was 110. A lot faster. Wow. And then we turn those copper ingots into copper sheets. And those sheets and the silica into chips and things. So a lot of the first level production needs to happen around here, and then we can probably push the computer and electronics manufacturing further that way. Maybe to the left and this way. Yeah. One of them, yeah, the computer actual parts can be like a separate sort of building vibe here, whereas the sort of raw material processing all happens here. And if we can get a similar angled field down there. Yeah, and then catwalk or something over here. Or you go up and then connect into the road network somehow. We'll figure out the somehow when we get there. Now Blender ultimately needs 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe 5 foundations. So do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So for now, we could have the blenders that we want, pretty much. Again, like beneath these blenders, and then we'd have the refineries more this way. And that way, we should hopefully get it all to work just fine. Just make some excessive flooring first. It's only 5x5 pretty much, you know, 2 rows of 5 facing each other. Oh, well, facing away from each other, aren't they? Because, yeah, we know we'll have the acid in the middle, joined in with the middle one should be quartz. Yeah. Acid and quartz go down the middle, go into all the refineries, out comes the crystal, and then the diluted. Or like, well, the quartzy silica solution. Well, the refinery would have maintain that as the middle one. We're gonna do that just to have a sort of placeholder reminder. Now, if I build you here, ooh, you're nice and close. But no true clipping. Perfect. And what you do is a quartz purification. It makes so much quartz crystal. I mean, we built the giant factory just to turn one pure node of quartz into just quartz crystal, and this thing will just outstrip that thing. Oh, that's fine. It was a fun thing to build. And unlike that one, this one will have its output sent into then exporting solutions. What the frick happened there? And storage. And oh. Wait. And the sink. Yeah. And that would then clip pretty heavily. So we can't really have them like fully symmetrical, which would be nice and all. But it's better if we had the belt outputs input be symmetrical, because the pipes will snake around easy enough, but belts can be a little tricky. So now we will have then the belt goes down in the middle, and we'll have it being, you know, fed by the manifold. Manifold money. How do we? Yes, but it starts in the middle. Okay. Fair enough. 1, 2, 3. Nope. 4 and 5. Alright. Now we do look at the split. Okay. Oh, that's why you're not working. 1, 2, 3. 4. 5. Well, whips. This one feeds into 3 and 2. That's fine. How do I make that one work? Because I have a lift there, then it's a little too close to that one. Or is it? Let's see here. Put one of those there. And one of those there. Yeah, this looks quite acceptable. And they would have a catwalk over the middle here. Yeah, there's that clipping happening. This might not work at all. We're gonna try anyway. Yeah, no. I think the... Alright, we'll do another solution. Now let's see, what's a good height? So otherwise the same one, but the pipe in fact goes further down, whereas the belts go above. We'll zoop that one across so we can sort of see. Oh, that was wrong. Now they auto connect to the splitters. Now do the belt. I want you to do that one because I think the extra bend is just funny and silly. Adds a little bit more flair, and it's ultimately when everything's running, it'll add a little bit more sort of animation, something we can watch and see as it all runs and works. Because again, this final end of this freaking dream thing is very annoying, or tier 1, I guess, because it just increases volume. And it's like, do you not know how to make music more intense? Is this all you can imagine, friendo? Right, and then we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. That one actually looks pretty good. Like whoever made that song or mixed that song or whoever is responsible for this hacking and nonsense. Alright, cool. So there we have the basics of all of that. And we could leave this or replace it with the glassy ones, but we got the core for that concept. And then similarly, how about getting the acid over? And I think the idea we had with these ones was pretty good. Oh, so now it's not really quite as necessary now, is it? Now we can do this, and... Ooh, that's fun. Ah. I kind of like the extra little squiggle there, but at the same time, I think we can do better if we just... do that. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Oh! Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh! Well, well. Yes, we're doing it on the same thing here, eh? One step back. love it when the freaking pattern just repeats itself everywhere. Now, the idea was to have a catwalk here, but I don't think we can make one. Wait, can I make... Surely I can nudge a catwalk. Let's... For this one, though, I think we're going to go with the walkway. Oh, yep. We can absolutely have it in the middle. So we'll, I don't know, put in a ramp. Sure. Nice. Hey there, puppy. There's a weird button here. Oh no! Trying to tell you to do crazy things. Now is the zombioiding going with the quote-unquote proper build 42, my friend? Hope it's going well. My God, he's gone and done it. He's gone and over 200,000 freaking points. Well, puppy, let's give you that gem. Thank you very much. Let's see here. Gonna take a little while. We're all fighting. Over my very limited RAM. And there we go. Gems are there truly outrageous. There's it. Nice. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day. And I should be back in the game. Yeah, and now puppy should be gemmed. All gemmied up. Ole hyvä. Kiitoksia Nippon. Well, let's see. How about... There you go, you got that yippee. Zomboid is going well. I haven't died yet, am I soon to be on the maintenance level 1 and carving level 1. Ooh, nice one. Especially because you're playing on a multiplayer server, aren't you? So you got all the... You can't really do a time skip. Huge progress for primitive pacifist 0 to hero. Nice. Yeah, the 0 hero is like... That's the fun way to play. I mean, you know, for me. Let's see here. You do that. And then a couple of ramps. Yes and no, I have a multiplayer server with the community playing solo on stream. Okay, good. Yeah, that would make more sense. Like I was saying, yeah, because the multiplayer does allow you to, the single player allows you to do the time skip. Multiplayer servers and reading books feels like a very, very difficult, very sort of a difficult combination. Right, so these two gotta go. If we use the same points of getting stuff in here. The surface is too uneven, you say? If I do it that way, it should be fine. Next, this way would then be going down here into the middle of the pipes.
Deep Zero XHIHI.
And the Buffalopagus. Always nice to see you around. There you go. So now we got acid being pumped into the pipes. Then we just need the quartz itself. And I guess we're now gonna have to leave these here. Wasn't really the original intention, but it is what it is. We'll have to have a catwalk connection, I guess, from one of those. Will be turned into a T crossing. I think it'll be this one. So it goes there, and then it goes down, connects to around there, goes around there. So that we have a catwalk also in front of all of these. And that will be supported by beams, and we'll have some kind of power system. Okay, wait, no, these can actually be sort of safely daisy-chained. I mean, not that it actually matters at all to the game itself, but for me, because I don't like it when the cables clip through the machines too much. Every now and then I just, run out of fucks and go like, whatever, good enough. Just slap it in there anyway. But quite often I find myself just being like, nope, can't be done. Now we have catwalks here and here. And yeah, we have that sort of support. Catwalky thing there. We might have to rip it out and put in a normal catwalk because, these guys don't have stairs. Alright, now if I change you out to one of these, and we follow that up with, I guess, a couple of stairs. Sorry, one piece of stairs. And then we catwalk it that way. I think we should be able to. We're just touching those, but you know what? I'll allow it. You wouldn't happen to do my fitting sort of neatly, would you? Not entirely, but neatly enough. Now change here to the zoopy modes, and I'll zoop ya all the way there. Same with that one. And there. Everything's looking sort of supported, at least, in my head. And let's see. Go there, nice, and kind of straight like. A whole bunch of raw quartz, all being shoved in there. Heck in a maze. the T-junction, followed by zooping out some stairs. We'll see, like, what if we zoop it all the way? Oh. Then it gets a little too low. So I was hoping for the catwalk to kind of make contact with these, perhaps, which would imply it would have to be at this height, I think. And we get to... Yeah. Oh yeah, friend. There we go. That could be fun, but alas, they're a little too sort of just a wee bit off. But like a nudgeable amount. Sadly, we can't have these sort of. Oh. Wait. After this awkward gap here, well, let's just see what that would look like. Wait. I'm okay with that one. And I guess then we'd change a couple of these out. So I like these sort of like awkward or like complex catwalk systems. And again, this one might in fact not be a T-crossing, but be an angled one. We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, actually, it is. You see, this one needs to be one of these. And instead it's this one. Okay, we gotta get power down here somehow. Okay, so we'll do the same one we did on the other side. Ooh. Not exactly, apparently. We can do that. There we go. Keep on hiding that power. I'm going power connection. And... Right. We'll do that so I can keep on flying. And in the meantime, we'll have a quick look-see here at our architectural options, where we shall find, of course, the cross of beams. And the cross of beams goes right there. Goes all the way up. We find the beam support. Why'd you go all the way in? You know what? It's fine. Well, I guess I'll allow it. Where is the thing? There is. You know what? That's fine. It's fine. I said it's fine. I wonder if we could, I mean, yeah. See, we already kind of done it. Done there, didn't we? Alright, and then you get the good old T of the junction. You get this one. And there we go. So now the catwalk's going all the way around. Slowly but surely getting filled, and then making all that dissolve the silica. Now the quartz crystals will then be... Yeah. Let's lean into the... Now this is just the drone fields, so there'll be import and exports here. So the drone crystals, the quartz crystals will be sent to the left, and then we'll have a buffer storage linking to a drone export. And then before the buffer storage, a smart splitter where overflow is sent to down a separate track, and that track will be doing the thing, the awesome thing, the thing of the sinking. And there we go. Took me a while, but I got there, as I usually eventually do. Now to transport, we then find, of course, the drone port. We need one drone port to import the one thing we actually don't have. Could you please? No, too uneven. No, there we go. So this one would be an importer for the rocks. Lime. And we do it. Well, press H so we can do it the hologram for the nudging, and then we do it anyway. 'Cause that's the way I like it, baby. I don't want to live forever. I don't know why my brain went there, but that's where it went. We have a nice gray color. There we go. Perfect. Actually, that's more limestone-y in it. Yeah. I do believe our... Yeah, we still have the food computers import. And this shall be... limestone import. There we go. And under logistics, we find conveyor splitter. There we go. 2 importers here because I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure we're gonna import something. Not sure what. We're gonna import something. Actually, maybe we should have the exports be on like on the other side, and that way we can have like the wings. Imports here, exports there. I see it. And under organization, we find the wall-mounted floodlight. God dang it, back there we go. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 step that down. No? Screw you then. Illumination. Well, only partly though. Oh, we can't control this either. Yeah. We tried, but no. Guess we'll find some spots and put in like actual proper big ones. Might be the better choice in the end. And here we do. Come on. Change to from zipping the vertical. So change the inverted mic ramp. Come on, you bastard. Excellent. Now, of course, this means we need more beams. And those beams... Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing... Ooh, wait a heckin' banana. Ah, yeah, these them. Okay, they won't fit. They're like not fit, but even just even worse. But okay, let's try something silly. That is the ramp. Yeah, 2 ramps. Almost works. I can't fall through there, so we'll leave it there as a... Ah! Tried to fuck us, didn't you? Must be none of this. There we go. I'll take it. Walkway might have to be completely removed. Oh yeah, we can't. Yeah, we can't pull one of these two there anyway, because that one is like in the middle, and these are like quarter. Yeah, so they are not aligned, tragically. And there are no half bits or quarter bits, which would be lovely if there were, because then we could make these things, match up. Now the only way to do it would be on like foundation pieces. Which wouldn't be impossible, really. Huh. Let's see if those two go there, then we find, like, from here, we could, like, play around the glass one. But that one might work better, especially if we change the material to the good old grip metal. So now it's more similar to these. And from here, why wouldn't it attach the way I want it to? Oh. Huh. So we can do it on this side, but not the other. The other one will require a couple more twists and turns. But nothing impossible. See, we do this, we do that. Only my low awkwardness is here, and again, we don't have a quarter freaking railing either. Construction fence, maybe? No, see, that one's also half a frame. Ventricle. Honestly, the corner blocks are pretty much the only ones we could use of the pre-made ones. So that, with that being the case, the only real option we have left now is, of course, against it, it's a hacking beam. Oh no, wrong button. Let's try it again. Wait. Or a small frame pillar. Wait, seriously though. I mean, it would serve its purpose, I suppose. But I think a small concrete one would be better. Because then we can just do it that way and it melts in with the stuff a little better. Ah, even better. All right, let's see here. We need the support beams anyway. Voila. Now it looks like it's supporting all of these. It's helping support that structure. And that makes sense that there's no ratings there. Let's try changing one of those out with a small frame pillar.
Hydration critical.
You know what? You're not
Stop
wrong.
shrimping, streamer man.
My God. What have I become? Hey there, Choji. Hope you're doing well. There we go. And thank you for the hydrate. I do appreciate it.
Hello there.
And they're not yours. Look at my mustache is extra explosive today. Which it is because I put on some coconut oil in it, which then makes the wax not really stick proper. But hope you're doing well, Joji. Hope you're having a pleasant day. Alright. And the concrete pillar does have that, you know, imposing strength, and the frame pillar is not the better one because I feel like it kind of like gets lost in all the other frame stuff here. Whereas I feel like that if we do put a proper ceiling over this thing, we can then continue these concrete ones even further up. Except we can't because of this gap. But other than that, though, we kind of can. But we could do this, I think.
I am spending my time one day at a time because I can't be getting upset over things that I just can't control.
Yeah, makes sense. Good call. Yeah, there's so much in life that is, you know, difficult while it keeps on happening. We cannot control at all. Especially with everything, you know, happening in the world right now. Just so much of the madness we cannot control. Yeah. Just taking it one day at a time. I guess that's the only real way to stay even vaguely sane. Yeah, I'll clip through. And okay, so then we have the support structures kind of done. So the next step, yeah, then we need more beams, I guess, from here to there to, yeah. Now let's go with more nice classic painted beam for this one. Not here, apparently. Still got 10, but not quite as much. Well, at least not quite as badly. Oh well. We can live with that. Alright. I feel like that one fit better. And the H-beam. And this one doesn't need anyone. Ooh, that is true actually. Maybe we get rid of that one and that one. And instead we do this. Could do that, but then that would mess up these stairs. So it would have to be, in fact, from here. And what if we then have a straight up freaking light tower? Which up like that for now. So otherwise good. But I kind of forgot to do the what? Like lights adjusting. There. Already looks a lot better. Intensity down a little bit and I don't know. Nope. Is the answer. And instead of straight, well, maybe, yeah, you can be straight white. It'll be fine. Or is it? Might not be. How about we change, edit this yellow, and we load a preset that is lamp. Nice painter's white. Slightly yellow. Oh shit. Those lights already look so much better. Another question then would be, how do I control the other lines? Togo's having a burk. And then we should be able to put a piece of mortared railing there. Now what happens up here? Well, you guessed it, that is where we put down, of course, the light control panel. That looks better. Pull down the intensity as well. Very good, very good. Very good indeed. And then these, that means that from the same cables we'll then want to bring the power to potential wall mounted. That's great. Thank you, Morden. Let's actually have a look at that as an option here. So if we look at the wall mounted flood light. Well, the middle would be there. No, just sort of an experiment. So now it's all very well illuminated and not too intense. I'm okay with this. I like the flat line, as certain people said. Really? I hope you're all doing okay. Or at least, you know, doing your best. Surviving. There we go. Okay. I'm assuming you're more full of liquid than solids. Yes. No? Yeah. No worries. And then the liquids, then we wanted, yeah. So in theory, we now 10 of these, right? And we look at the dissolved silica made by this. Now 10 of these with a 600 per minute of these. 600 of those would be 5 blenders. They get 250 limestone. Don't think I have any limestone in my magic pockets. Oh. I do actually have some rocks inside my magical pockets. I'm okay with these. So yeah, liquids go that way because we have 4 of these blenders here. So I'm assuming we do 5 more this way, and that should. You see, already having that there gives that sort of counterweight feel to the structure. You know, it doesn't need that at all. And have it adding a little bit more this way for the other 5 more blenders here should still work just fine. And if we then load once again. Okay, and we're gonna need more water. Perfect. Fantastic. 500 water, that would be... Well, we can do 5 of those and then down clock them. Because 4 would be not enough. 2 times 4 is 8, yeah. And a part of me wants to put a catwalk connection across here over this. And they like join in with this one here or something. Yeah. I think we'll get rid of that beam. Yep. Yep. Okay. If we go with the same flow though, then the potential drone ports would be sort of one step further and inverted frames. So there'd be 1. Alright, now I'm really seeing, yeah, the catwalk here. Well, I'll just leave it like that for now. Now it's sort of easy to then just, so that is import. There you go. And then we import right there to the export machine, and then when the export machine is, and its buffer is full, then they get sent to wherever we have our awesome sink. And now this means, of course, that you'll have a set of mergers. Ah, but the beam was so nice there. Oh well. Could we do it like through the merger machine itself? Or we do something like this, if it could work. Apparently kinda could. Alright. There we go. And the same deal over here. Wait, we can't do that. Ah, butt nuggets. Oh well. We got them pipes. Oh well, easy answer then. And the mergers. Yeah. Go there. There we go. I guess we could then try to bring him over. I mean, it touches it, but it doesn't clip into it in a too bad of a fashion. Okay, then. Fine. Look at the conveyor pole. Then here we find of the friend that is, of course, the stackable conveyor pole. Stacker conveyor pole will go here and I think 2 should be more than enough. There we go. Excellent. There you go. Smart. Heck, the hella smart hella splitter would then be connected Now that's your import hole. Good. It's a little too much. I wish I could just nudge it like one step this way. Excellent. Game has allowed me to cheat. So to the right is any. To the center output currently, we'll mark that for overflow. Yes. And clipboard should still have it. Yes, it is. So it is then quartz. Crystal export. No upholstery is there, friendo. That is in fact wrong. And I think all of these have been very much pink. Man, this thing has just changed my life. The fact that I can just put in if you have a wall outlet or a power pole and you just aim in the middle of an existing power line, you can add it like in between there. This makes all this building so much easier. Okay, so now we have an export machine filling with the exports. Wonderful. Go and export away, friendo. And the dissolved silica still needs to be dealt with. Okay. Oh. Sudden realization of how to make this work in a neat-ish fashion. There we go. Delete all of that. Do D-junction. There. Some of these catwalks all over the place. Which again, don't really serve a purpose other than just looking neat. Making catwalks and never use them, absolutely, Sankira. That's how I roll. I mean, I do use them because I like running around, good, because it's, looking at things from the ground looks so different than when you're hovering and flying around. So I like having the catwalks also because it gives me that sort of like, what if I was actually here? Does it feel like this could be semi-sensible? quasi-sensible, like a factory setup. So we run up here. Oh, there's our light control panel. We got these here catwalks that lead straight up nowhere. But it'll be easy enough to like add a corner, stairs go down, connect this one. And here as well, you did bring it out by one. You go down here. Look neat, yet you're damn right they do. I gotta love them. But now we need a way to get the liquids out. So the liquids would then come and meet here somewhere. I do believe we have the large... There we go. There. Now we see how we have a nice little tube taking it all up there. This thing here is a little... Should they open? Oh, no. There we go. Excellent. NASA streaming spacewalk. Oh, they are. Holy shit. Nice. So, yeah, you heard it here first. Heard it here there, folks. If you enjoy your space stuff, go check out NASA. No mere KSP there. They actually went to heck in space. That is dedication to content, if anything. I think that looks better. Then it sort of doesn't hide the pillar complete, like too much. Here's a silly idea that I'm not supposed to be doing. Let's have a look at it anyway. Yeah. We can sort of leave all that open. And by the time I'm done, well, hopefully NASA will still be spacewalking. A few more hours left until we get there. And that sounds like amazing, like during dinner entertainment. They went, you know, after all these years, finally it's a proper spaceship. Not even out of the airlock. Ah, excellent. So it's gonna take a while then. Nice. Alright, and then we had the 5 blenders. Now, a blender was relatively big though, so let's look see here. Assembler, no, then blender. And that's what looks like. Output water, so we actually don't need quite as much water. We need only 20 per, so we need 100 units of water, so we can just add one more pump, and it'll be easy. Just fine. Yeah, the depressurizing stage, I believe. Ooh, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, so 5 of these would require 5. Okay, so it's, yeah, so it only requires 20 per. I think I might. Nah, let's not be that lazy. I was wondering, like, should I just like put charge in my one water pump and think like, nah, just build another one next to it and it will be fine. We'll just need a valve. That's it. Alright. So the water comes from here then, and it joins in with the other liquids here. And then the limestone will be brought similar to these from higher up down. I think that'll make the easiest one. Make it all the easiest. Okay, and then we'll go from here that way. Perfect. Now this means that we look at the logistics, and here from here we find the pipeline support, followed by the stackable pipeline support. I'll put you there so I can kinda see. Can we put it? Oh, keep on forgetting about. No, you bastard. About nudging. Oh. Cut. Yeah, I don't like that. So how would I make that work then? So here it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess we can do a half step. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, half step. Go. That is odd. One, two. 1, 2. Yeah. Annoying. I would have to agree. The pipes are a little wild. Better. Yeah, fair enough. And then the fifth one would be... There we go. Good enough. And all that. Wonderful. Pipes are ideal spaghetti. Very true. They are very noodly in shape. Surprised we don't have a mirror buildings for that ultimate symmetry. Yeah, Flip Flash, I agree. But you know, not every game can be Factorio. It is sadly true. Right. Oh, shit. Alright, now I got all of those, and this one should be now along the middle, meaning the... Yep, this will have to be like a really annoying manifold kind of thing, and that's okay. We'll just have to deal. There we go. One, two, three. Ah, shit. Yep. That's that then. And we'll do... Nice little pipe, easy little pipe clarification. They're going up there a second. Oh, no. Well, I hope they have a good time heading on out there to the vast beyond. And here we need good old... Ow. And... exactly there. There we go. There we go. Sorry about the whole getting all locked in. Happens. Okay, so one of the problems here was, yeah, the pipes being all difficult like that. Or being forced to watch this stream by an alien with a, you know, sarcastic humor for me. Alien with the mustache. There we go. There you go. 20 at a time. So it'll take a while before we get the rocks in. We can have a look-see here at how do we get power. Now we'll have these buggers here, so let's pull a beam. Fine. This game people are going to lock in on. It is true. It's 100% one of these getting locked in kind of games. One, two, three, four. There we go. There we go. Oh yeah. There we go. So nice aggressively pink bullshit. Well, those are mistakes. Well, thankfully they're relatively easy to fix by just, whomp, and there. Now they're color coded by what they're doing. Let's make this stuff. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, I kind of want to. Okay, they can't turn on anyway until they get their. Until they get their rocks off, so. I don't need to rush with that one too much. And here we could do a beam that goes around here. So it's time to look at the architecture and we find, yeah, I guess it's the heckin' cross beam. Ah, we're gonna need a, I need to figure out where it comes in from first though. I was thinking this would probably be a very acceptable height. A little thick, but let's try it again. Yeah, it'll look better this way. As long as it doesn't intersect with the... Which it doesn't, fantastic. Some mild clippage, but we can do our best to just ignore it. There we go. Not much bother priming your systems before letting them run. With this one, because they want the liquids as much as possible, pretty much. Solids don't really matter. And it depends on do we have a manifold or not. It's a nice classic case of it depends. But I found that with liquids, it's pretty much like universally a good idea to like just let them fill up as much as possible, because liquids are tricky. Welcome to engineering. 100%. Hello there, Jamin, on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing good. And here we could... Huh. Actually, that one looks pretty dang okay. So, might as well go this way. Just why not? There. So now they'll be filling up with the liquids. The valve is limiting throughput, but that's okay. Yeah, because they'll get filled up anyway, then the pipes get filled up. And it won't really matter until they start running and actually consuming the water, but they'll be producing then in the excess, so it'll all be fine. Just need to figure out how do I get rocks here. And okay, so if the exports are in fact on that side, how do we export? We could bring them all up. Oh, we go along here all the way around to there. Now the majority of this would, I mean, a lot of this is meant to be used, you know, on site. How much would it even produce? Like 5 times 270, and 1,350, so more than the belt can actually handle. Right. Riding conveyor belts will forever be the bane of my existence. They can be a little tricky, it is true. So I guess we'll have to do 2 belts and both with an overflow trigger. All right. Okay, let's again fly out and look a bit at what have we wrought. So this is in the... Okay, it's coming along pretty okay, actually. We do maybe do a similar sort of vent pillar beneath here as well. And then the computer production will... I mean, like we said, we could probably have a separate thing. Factory next to this one. Which means we'll probably be importing the plastic to there. Unless we belt it, but that would be a little silly now, wouldn't it? Better build a new facility that just does a heck ton of plastic and then ships it over by a train. Hey there, Awkward Antonia. Hope you're doing well. Sorry. Fair enough. Oh no. So avocado is having some issues. Fair enough. Well, let's get these buggers kind of running then. Well, we figured that one out. Finish up my turbo fuel plant, don't oil exports. Yeah, stacked belts can get complicated. Oh, absolutely. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hey there. Debrow TV. How you doing? Planet Crafter. Nice. Haven't played that one myself, but I have seen people play it a little bit. Seems interesting. What up, you all doing good? Shouldn't be in any ad jails. And oh right, we don't have any rocks. Forgot about that one. Yeah, for sure. I recommend it. Glad to hear it. Hey there, Game Dude 1984. Hope you're doing well. So welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a wonderful time. And hi, I'm Hannu. For those that don't know me, I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, and lately just ridiculously addicted to all these wonderful games about automation and creation, and I can't, just can't get my satisfaction. Hope the stream's going well. Continues to do so. Thank you. I'd say it's going okay so far. Apart from, don't know. And right. Yeah. No one's actually going through the dissolved silica yet because we haven't actually figured out how to import it. So now let's figure that one out quickly. Now you're designed here to be importing the limestone, so bringing in rocks via drones. And the drone rock connection will get to go through, I think, here. Yeah, we'll just. It's fine as long as you don't look too close. You see, it takes forever for me to get like any of my projects done because I get lost in like trying to figure out like neat angles and adding catwalks and try to make it all make sense in my own head. Ooh, windy outside. And yeah, that means that rather than make an efficient build, I'd rather make a cool build. So this is too long. Okay, so rocks come out. They go across here, I think. Oh yeah, there's the belts. So Well, what do you know? I find that quite acceptable. Great to that for sure. Glad to hear it. I said I'm not alone. Now we have a few bits of limestone that have somehow ended up in my pockets. So we'll stick him here. And that'll make those machines eventually start running. Now that'll allow these to start running. Because we're going through the dissolved silica recipe here. The raw quartz with the nitric acid we're making there. Making excess of nitric acid, so some of that will be belted out. You see, because I made these large roads, which are hollow inside. So if I do have to have spaghetti, I can hide it in there. And I have added some hyper tubes. And then there is a train connection beneath here. Yeah, and they've all been like blueprinted, so I have a large road connection. And apparently now all of my trains are backed up. At least the trucks are fine. Okay, there we see. Now these are moving, those are moving. And they are producing. We're just syncing everything right now, just because I wanted to see the machines run for a while. Yeah, definitely need that limestone. Alright, cool. So we'll make a limestone export drone station somewhere. And go fix the train issue here. So they look to be around, yeah, here. So this is the connection that has the issue. So we're gonna come back here. I think this was not the closest stop, but oh well, it is what it is. Back to the good old starter spaghetti fast facility. Wow. Whoa, shit. But I've been having a lot of fun with this run. Like, I could completely finish up phase 5 pretty much in probably in one stream if I just wanted to, because I've had all the factories have been just producing for ages. So I have so many of these raw materials I could just kind of just, have a couple of factories making stuff in the background while I just feed them manually from a box. You'll see all my trains are waiting nicely, behaving neatly. There's too much stuff going on, so there's McLagoning. Now you...
It's all coming together.
Why are you here? For you to be here means you came in here from... And you're heading the quartz. Pick up 1. There's no dedicated right turn, that's the problem. Now these my older connections are always the issue. Could you stop putting me inside things I can't be in? There we go. Path the block. Okay, you have successfully pulled off a UE there. Yeah, so they've been going in here doing a full strange turn. Now they've got a dedicated right side. So you should be able to pull it off. Or not. Yeah, this one was built too tight, pretty much. I come here, you have a path signal. You go straight ahead, go to there, or take that right side, dedicated right hand turn. And that should hopefully fix it. Now what can I find the bits and pieces I had to delete? Game is starting to lag a bit. Yeah, my central areas have too much. I mean, my machine is 10 years old. The save is getting a little crowded. I should probably finish the run soon, to be honest. But I want to build that freaking factory, though. I was messing with you. Yeah. Does the train take a longer route if it can't fit between the blocks? The train was 4 cars long. I don't think so. I don't think so. No, because some of them, yeah. But as long as the front bit isn't as made, it should be fine. Oh, well, good thing I made that solution.
And automobiles.
If we get around. Next, we already have actually the same solution done here. We dedicated right on this side, which already came from further back, and now it's the same on this side. We got tractors, we got trucks, we got trains, we got drones. Well, okay, we got all of that running. Now, for limestone, yeah, that is true. We have our old, sort of like, localized concrete factory there, which also is not running all the time. Jesus. Next, that pile of concrete over there is pretty much mostly feeding into this thing, which is making steel and also steel pipe, and then we're exporting the steel pipes via drone. I think I have like 2 steel pipe exporters at this point, though I only need 1. And there's a bunch of like Deuterium being mined and produced over there, so I was thinking if we ship in, you see, this is the starter base area. As you can see, it's all spaghetti. Thank you. Thank you, Crash Hole. And I do need one. Thank you. Now this one has just been making nuclear pasta. And you were out of radios again. See, I just manually feed this thing because we'll deal with it. Actually, that is true. Yeah, we don't even need to bring the freaking quick Deuterium, because Deuterium has better uses. There's a low-level copper nodes around here, which are currently all feeding this thing. So, and eventually we need an actual proper dedicated nuclear pasta factory. But for this one, we could then send some of the copper into here and turn them into wire. Oh, actually, that is true, though. We shouldn't. We should have dedicated. We should grab all the freaking copper we can for other uses. But we'll consider it though, because if we can make more copper ingots, then we can do copper wire, and from the copper wire we can do. Because these are just making the most inefficient copper ingots. We can turn copper. Yeah, we can make better copper. So we can do that similar thing here to make the wire. Because steel pipes and wire are the ingredients you need. I have for the alternative recipes for the stators and the rotors. So we can make a motor factory, because, you know, still need one. What up? Yeah. And these guys are slowly but surely just burning through. So I'm like one container full of these things. Making ammo and then turning that into homing ammo. No one's making use of that quick-wire anymore. That's leftover stuff. Now that has supercomputers as leftover stuff. This is a placeholder for a building we never built. But here, we're mining out a whole lot of these things, so let's slap down a drone station. Though we'll need two because no, only one. We don't need any fuel here. Perfect. Love the slug carousel. I'm glad you like it. The idea was to try to make a sort of like double helix thing with just slugs going up and down, and I think that would be neat. Then, thanks to chat, I figured out that make you go faster going down, and then you have it's not just carousel and like a slip and slide. Slowly but surely they all go up, and then come down, having all the good times. And this one's good use for the priority merger to make sure that once it's full, and the extra slugs can't get in here. Now we should, of course, then collect more blue slugs, and then have a system with equal amounts of slugs of all colors coming in, going through a merger, so we'll get them all properly sorted. If you want to make an even bigger one, because who wouldn't? But hey, that's a then kind of thing, not a now kind of thing. A now kind of thing is just adding a drone stop here that I can fill with rocks. And we'll put it. Yeah, these are both splitters. So then after this one, rocks go here. There you go. Look at the transportation droning, McPorty. We do it. We place it there. So that is my sort of construction concrete, pretty much. And we do SC for Spaghetti Central. And we give you power from that one. There you go. Yeah, these two nodes. And these, in this way, these effectively have priority. And we won't be needing... yeah. Quite as much anyway. And that's an exporter, so it doesn't need fuel or a drone. And... if we go up here, there we go. We can hypertube our way back. Been really happy with my with the run so far. And at the end, yeah, we're probably gonna end up doing some more tweaks to the blueprints we got. And then there was some interest in chat about sharing my blueprints, and I'll see if I can figure out how to do that at some point. Now, this port connects to limestone export, Spaghetti Central. There we go. So now got them limestones coming in, and we have the theoretical exports ready to go. And once we get some limestone in, then these guys start running. Excellent. And right now we're just sinking everything because I don't get to figure out what the next step is, because they're making just insane amounts of silica right now. So where I was thinking that our export drones would be on this side. And I think that's actually pretty good idea, except this one shouldn't be here, because we connected these ones here and then in awkward fashion get all this happening. So what if these also actually went all the way around, and then from here it goes up? So we have the crystal exports here, and then it'll be easier to have a smart splitter here as well, to get rid of the, eventual, inevitable excess. Heck, we could have it. Let's see here. And oh, shit. Okay. Can I make it like touch? Touch the beam in a sensible way. Well, the sensibleness of it is debatable, but it's kind of touching it. We do like this. And declare this the new export hole. You see, these would be, in theory, creating 750 a minute, which is still faster than a drone can actually export, so that's fine. There we go. Then we change here, we check out the logistics, and in here we find yes, it's a hidden conveyor merger. Alright, now. Smart splitter. Any to the right, overflow to the front. Ah, true. Quartz crystal exports from fruit computers. First, what are we exporting? Exporters just start with whatever they're exporting. There we go. Some of them are running. The drone is bringing in rocks. Which means these are, yes, excellent, actively producing insane amounts of silicon. So that means we could, save ourselves from some of our weirder solutions. And we gotta figure out where exactly do we put the trash removal. I mean, there's this big old empty spot here. Might as well put one here, eh? Good old awesome McSinky. Ah. There, antenna won't clip. I'd say that looks pretty okay. Yeah. I'm okay with this. Need a T-junction followed by a couple of these. Or not. A corner it is. Now, where do you get your power from, friendo? Your powerful powers would probably come by here somewhere. Meaning we do that. Then from here there we go. Wonderful. There we go. Slowly but surely. Getting some of those points. And with that running, so most of these weren't running because they had an excess of dissolved silica. Apparently maxed out. Yeah, which is, they should have, yeah. Maxed out freaking low rate. No limit. Yes, limit. And that guy needs some fixing. That should be fine. Yeah, so the water is an issue. How do I... All we need is a liquid buffer over here. Not to be... There. That'd be one place to have one, but then it's, you know, it's awkwardly clipping with a lot of stuff. There you go. Slightly more water oversaturation. And now they're slowing down because of the dissolved silica, which is better. Excellent. There we go. Now, these... Maybe we'd connect these two, for example, then they come to the front. They go up here. And they immediately go with a conveyor lift. And then effectively go above these. I'm like a merger here. No, we're gonna need two priorities, two smart splitters. So if we and it'd be better to have that happening before I know we combined too many of them. So if all of these three combine, then go across here. There's a smart splitter where overflow goes into the awesome sink. Otherwise, they go forward. And we need more than one awesome sink, because imagine that this entire thing is running like full speed. The belt speed the belt isn't fast enough. Okay, what's wrong with that idea though? Now, you guys aren't running because you don't... Oh, you burned through all the quartz? I mean, there was some train issues, but there shouldn't be any more train issues, right? Do I need to have a drone bring some in as well? I think that might be the case. Oh well. Now we know. Needs even more imports. But let's see here. Let's try it. Visualize that again. So the belt comes here, we have a merger, then the belt goes here. We have a merger, belt goes here. Smart splitter. And then what? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you have a most wonderful day. And would you look at that? It's goddamn 1.2 thousand followers. Holy heck. Thank you for helping me reach that follower goal. Ha. Feels crazy. I didn't really think I'd reach those kinds of numbers is, comparatively quickly. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And to all y'all who keep on turning up, I'm glad you like it here. Now let's see here. We want a merger there. A smart splitter there. Because we're gonna then need a smart splitter for those guys. Left is overflow. For you, left any, forward is overflow. And the merger goes one there, and one there. There you go. I new to this game, and it's tickling my fancy just right. Right, just right. I enjoy seeing someone who has clearly put a lot of hours into the game. Makes me excited for what I can build someday. Yeah, practice makes perfect. Now, this is one of the benefits of the building in this thing in Satisfactory is the fact that they don't really care about physics, you know, about weight, and you can do a lot of interesting things with clipping and how you change the orientation with beams. But in the beginning, you know, the blocks themselves are just very powerful. You build a lot of stuff. And I personally find that, yeah, because these were like blueprint things, they were kind of levitating, just adding pillars, making things look like they kind of physically make sense somehow, adds a lot of sort of imposingness and, you know, makes things look more, well, like they make sense, at least to me. Appreciate that design decision. Yeah. Like, we're building here because I need a lot of water, and because I'm building large things, and, you know, I don't have to worry about dealing with the terrain. The map is humongous. There is so much like fun to be had by just exploring, seeing what's out there, and I like usually like being like forced to work with the terrain, because that forces you to make some interesting solutions. But here I just decided to, you know what, we're gonna just go and shove it all in there. Alright, so these are now being fed. These things... And... Right. We're gonna need a second electric locomotive with 2 freight cars. Then you shall be called. I don't know, just Quartz Lover. There you go. You've been named Quartz Lover. Edit on self-driving. No. Okay, for turn off self-driving. Edit timetable. What you have is Quartz pickup 1 and fruit computers import save go. There, it only goes to 2 places. Yeah, the game has a lot of like depth to it. You can make very complex systems. Like I one of my ideas for this run was, in fact, spending time and building roads and using trucks and truck networks. They are not very efficient, especially at this point in the game. But I'm still like using them because, well, I built the roads, so I want trucks to be driving along them. And that's one of the beauties of Satisfactory compared to a game like Factorio, where in Factorio every resource matters. Space is limited. Resources are limited and will run out, so you keep on have to expand. Whereas here it's more about throughputs, because once you mine into a node, it's on. You know, it's sorry, it's not going to run out. It's more about just how much of them. So you might access more of them, so you can have more flow. There's less of like how to make the best use of my resources, more like how do I get the most resources from point A to point B, and throughputs and efficiency, that kind of stuff. And that allows you to then be inefficient if you want to, because it's fine. It's not like you're going to run out. And if you are, well, then just, you know, tap into the next node and add it into the mix. Like for fuel, like I have this factory still making fuel and packaging it purely to run a gas station when my trucks go to free fuel. I can even make better fuel, but I don't, it works. And here we go. And good old, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now we have multiple export options here, like this one isn't, these two aren't doing anything. And as such, we should probably have then another merger. Like, how do we get it there? I was thinking we could. Now we can go on the right side of this thing, or the left side of this thing, or like across here. Well, let's have a look-see. So if we then do have a look-see with number 2. I think I'd prefer it there. Clips into that a little bit, but it's fine. And do you have one large power plant of sorts or multiple? And what kind of power generation preference do you have? I just unlocked oil. Well, I have a fuel-based power factory there. It is kind of levitating. I should have put some legs on it. I kind of apparently have completely forgotten, because right next to it we can see with legs is another one burning turbo fuel. Over there I have a plastic and rubber sort of processing from oil. And with my recipes I have access to, they produce a lot of like heavy oil residue, and in that factory I'm just turning it all into fuel and just burning it for power. Then I have my coal power plants are still running over here. The big one, my very first one is technically still running here, being fed by these trucks. I keep on meaning to like tear it down, but at this point I feel like it's like a historical monument, it's... Oh wait, sorry, down here. So might as well leave it there. Being fed by tractors, no trucks. Tractors running on coal. And here we have the Radiant Fields structure, which was my sort of later... I was about to say my latest large structure, but it wasn't. Which is the entire nuclear power sort of flow. I'm using a lot of power shards, and in one step, full set of like summer sloops, because I didn't get my ratio entirely correct. And I was thinking, you know what? I don't have the energy to double the beginning. So we're just gonna just at this point double it to make slightly more plutonium fuel, so that then the ratios went neatly. Now they're all in a row and they all have power shards in them, so technically there should be, if they would like run at normal speeds, what would that be? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, so it should be 8, 9, 10, 12. There should be 45 of those nuclear power plants. So there's no like best power source. I mean, technically a lot of people, they don't want to do, because the nuclear thing is completely optional. You don't really gain anything from it other than it's just cool to do. I think it's neat. And they do give a lot of power. But at the same time, if you just go down the fuel generator routes and you then unlock turbo fuel and eventually then rocket fuel and then ionized fuel, which then require more late phase resources anyway. Like I've unlocked rocket fuel, but I never made it. And I have unlocked, and I should make some so I can then unlock the ionized fuel, because technically, in a way, those would be the most efficient ones. But then you're also gonna end up with these massive fields of just engines making power. A lot of power. Yeah, you can make a whole lot of power. So and then, well, we can let these guys run for a while. I'm also then doing, because of some of the more inefficient things. Okay, let's change backpack from the hover pack to the normal jetpack. Have a little sippy of the coffee on the way. But if fuel is gas, you can make towers, right? Oh, absolutely. No, that is true. I mean, you can make it with a liquid one as well. You can make towers. You just need pumps. But with gas, yeah, that is true. When it's no longer in a liquid form, then you don't have to worry about head lift. So yeah, because my uranium waste into plutonium waste is actually half of what I need to feed my 4 plutonium power plants. That's why my plutonium fuel rods here are slooped, so we get, you know, double the output. And then all of those are enough to feed the Fixonium ones, which then have no more waste. But I can show you what I made. Also then, end game here. My last sort of larger project. We traveled through the alternate dimension of Synthwave, the new retro, and I made a little. I made a big machine and with a little sculpture to hold it. The Power Claw, Hand of God. So, you can get very creative with the beams and things. And yeah, these are pillars. And how I got the sort of orientation in the various directions that we have happening here is by building them along and on beams. And because beams have the, you know, you try to build the beam, you go straight, you press R, then they can do, and then you can do diagonal versions, and then freeform, goes anywhere you kind of want. And that way, along those beams going in various directions, you can then build your pillars. In case you want to make something like that. Yeah, I wanted to make a sort of like hand to hold up the alien power converter. Because right now these ones are making synthetic power shards. These are making time crystals, these are making dark matter crystals, and all that jazz. And all of that is being sent. And then the oscillating crystal oscillators here. And no, it's not the stream, I think it's, yeah. My game is lagging here right now. And here we're making quantum oscillators, and here we make then the actual alien power matrices, which is what is ramping this thing up from the alien power augmenter, which normally just gives you a nice even plus 10%, now it gives plus 30%, so it gives an extra 25 gigawatts, keeping my capacity higher. So as long as this thing runs, we always get a plus 30% from everything. So we're producing 111 gigawatts. Maximum consumption is at 85, but actually only consuming 45, so yeah. The nuclear project gave me a lot of power. And if I do then also then decide to start making those the fuel generators, Synthwave, like power towers, which could be fun. That could be a fun little project to do, actually. That would be something that would be very, like, blueprintable, yeah? Yeah. Next, right now we were kind of focusing on, yeah, and also, if you once you unlock your good old, the frame pillars, belts fit inside frame pillars in case you don't want, you know, your belts to look like they're, you know, floating around a bit too much. So I love the frame pillar for this thing. You can also encompass one of these elevator ones. So I use them a lot to, again, make things look like they're actually supported. Oh, I forgot one of these here. Then again, the Mark 6 belts are like running on force fields, so I'm okay with them being magic, sci-fi, and floaty. But the more mechanical components, I like them to look like they're actually supported. So I do a lot of beams. This place is very chaotic. At some point I should probably come back here and like clean it all up and make it look all pretty and nice. Okay, you're all working, you're all working. You're not working because you don't... Oh, you're full. Fantastic. Yeah, I love the industrial storage container. And then you put your dimensional depot on top with a conveyor for the second one. So that'll just wherever you have you want to have a you know, a buffer for production. You make it produce a little bit extra, and then you can shove all that into one of those. Freaking amazing. And you can get away with much less, but it gives you options. That's very true. And sometimes it's just fun, you know, to try to make it work. Now the question is, yeah, do you need power? Or just want to try to build a cool giant thing? Both are okay. Now this one though. Right, we're trying to figure out how to get the silica into here. And okay, that's good. There you go. So now they should favor the exports over there right now. And once they're full, then they start feeding into the osmo sink. And this one has power. Yeah. Silica export from Fruit Computers. That's all I can name you my factories, or like factory area. So this is Fruit Computers, because this is ultimately we're going to start making computers here, and computer components like circuit boards. Whereas the nuclear power facility is called, you know, Radiant Fields. Hi there, Carpathize. Hope you're doing well, my friend. And I guess all of that is kind of running. And right. Yeah, they will say it's funny because they have. Love it. Are food computers made from food? That depends entirely on your own digestive system. Yeah, fruit computers is, yeah. I couldn't come up with the good fruits. I just went like just fruit in general. And the train is called avocado. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. Here we go. We're gonna do a thing here. No, this is the Fruit Computers import is happening there. We might have to rename it, because there's more than one import that will be necessary. There we go. So that fixes that. We're not going to be cutting into the floors too much. Okay, I'm going to show you how I also then, yeah, do this. Some of these shenanigans with beams, like I mentioned. So we do a couple of inverted ramps. We do find a beam in free form. Find that just the right angle, where, as you can see, it is in the same angle as this one. We do a large pillar support, and as you can see, we can build it along the beam. We press H to lock it in, and then we move it about by nudging. And there you go. And now you have an angled support pillar. And if you have them, you know, symmetrically like this, then you can also look at your big pillar support. You see it says ready because oh, there's that thing is already there. We'll press H to lock in the hologram, and then we just scoot. Click, clack, clack, getting it all the way to the right. There you go. And oh right, you're right. We needed like 100. We needed more water. Completely forgot about that one. There you go. Technically only need to produce 20 extra. Wonderful. So we could have overclocked this one, but underclocking, say, takes less power. So yeah, if you have the space, building an excessive ones amount of like producers, then underclocking the production is often will be more power efficient than overclocking. Overclocking is when you want to save on resources that you require for building, or save on space, pretty much. Or you know, you build a factory and it does X amount of stuff. But now you have, you know, better miners, so now you can produce even more shit, and then you can, well, now I need to like double build this entire factory twice to be able to handle the input, or we could. Or I could just shove power shards and everything and just build an even better bigger power plant. Power shards to double the production. Alright, so now we have slightly more, god dang it, I don't know what error is causing this, or like, but, you know, it makes sense, like I said. My machine is not the newest. Alright, excellent. You're bringing in more of the good stuff. I didn't make a pipe. Oh, thank you, I did not. Oh, ooh, do I feel silly now? I got too carried away again. There you go. Pumping, water be watering. All is A-okay. Got some support from there, and we're gonna want some support on this side. Don't think we're gonna be coming much like further down. Not sure. There we go. Yeah. This is one of those things where I'm thinking, like, maybe I should have made a blueprint. There we go. Yeah, I'm on. Can't have it be too levitating now, can we? Gotta give it some kind of an illusionary feel for that. There we go. Structural support. There you go. That half maintains all those heavy things and these angled ones, maintaining trade station and this stuff. Yeah. See, exports are full. So now everything is just being sent to the sink. Lovely. Now I kind of want to rip out my turbo fuel factory and redo it. Well, Martin, one thing you must always remember. It is a lesson I by myself learned for, you know, the very painful way. And it's never rip out a factory until its replacement is not only built but up and running. Because it really sucks when all of your production goes like nothing. And then it's just, and you try to work on your big project and it's just, nothing's really happening, nothing's really working out. Because you don't have enough power or you're not producing whatever piece or thing you need. And the game's progress like grinds to a halt. So it's much better to like, okay, so you want a new one? Well, design and build a new one. And then pull in the pipes from the old one into the new one. Now it's perfect. And now you can break down the old one. Now, of course, each of their own. Everyone's can, could, would, and should play the way they want to themselves. That's just how I roll. So I made a lot of dumb choices. I will make many more. Fortunately, it's not really up and running yet. It isn't feeding anything. Plus, I massively overdid my power gen with coal and geysers. Well, power is one of those things, you know, there's no such thing as too much power. You can always make more. I mean, then, you know, then we have all your power running, then, well, now you can just try to come up with even more fun stuff to do with it. Oh, that is right. Yeah, let's put one of these here. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. No, it looks, again, has that feel of being slightly better, you know, supported. In reality, yes, game, the engine, it does not care. But I do. And that's why I build these things the way I do. So I want it to make sense for me. What the friggity frack was I doing? Okay, everything's running better now because we got 2 trains bringing in the quartz. We'll slap down a nuke shortly. And especially if you're entering like nuke territory, and you have a turbo fuel thing, and like, yeah, well, just go for rocket fuel. Make the turbo fuel work as it is, and then instead of building a new turbo fuel thing, just build even more powerful. That's why I'm like, I made 1 turbo fuel factory just because I needed to get rid of some of the stuff I had already happening there, because I wanted to have fabrics made for the gas mask. But I'm thinking like, yeah, well, I'm not going to make a bigger turbo fuel factory, even though it is currently overproducing turbo fuel. It's not burning through it all. But I came to the conclusion that, I don't care. It's there. It's doing its thing. And all of its output will eventually be, in the not too distant future, most likely redirected into making first rocket fuel, then ionized fuel. So I'll just make an ionized fuel power production, and as Chad has pointed out, well, you can build towers. So I'm thinking, well, why not? We'll finally build a bunch of fuel trucks. So you make the fuel here in front of us, but we won't burn it there. No, we'll deliver it via truck. For no real reason. All the way over to a high-rise tower or more. Because I think that could be funny. I think I need to finish phase 4 before rocket fuel. I don't think for rocket fuel, no. Okay, let's double check. See, rocket fuel wants... Okay, yeah. You need nitrogen gas. Do you have nitrogen gas in phase 4? I can't remember. Might not have. Might. Then I guess you do. There's that. I will have to then make some... Well, I'm already making power shards, so we'll make even more power shards, I guess. And all of that makes even more compacted coal, which means we can make even more rocket fuel, so they all feed back to themselves. Nitrogen unlocks at phase 4. Hey, nice. That means you can. So I was thinking, like, yeah, because you need, if you can make nuclear, then you should have nitrogen, because you need nitric acid. Which is happening there. Much oil, coal, sulfur, and nitrogen all in one spot. Ooh, that sounds nice. That's fun. When silica's gonna gets to be like also nice and pink. Now we're doing this silica now. We're doing all of this. One of the ideas is because we have a bunch of sulfur being melted from a pure node up there inside the road over there to be turned into compacted coal. So part of that can be sent over here. Then we belt it down, and we have a facility for making copper ingots. Oh, right. Before we dedicate ourselves to that plan, we'll have to check can I even do the thing. We build the MAM, we check out our hard drive library. No, we got tempered copper ingots, yeah, so we're gonna ignore that one. So then we can ignore the need for sulfuric acid. And we'll just use water, because we can use water to make the pure ingots. And then dang. We go here, we double check this one, and in our refinery we do then the steamed copper sheets, turning the ingots into sheets 1 to 1, so no loss there. And you can use those to make the silicon circuit boards. And AI limiters. So the silicon circuit boards and silicon walls, sorry. Also use, yeah, for the silicon high-speed connector, also then using the circuit boards and the silica, because we're making the crazy amount of silica we're making was pretty much for these, to make high-speed connectors, which will require then circuit boards, and yeah, those two, because they were both needed, I do believe, in the production of, yep, this is the super pooper computer and the AI limiter. Yeah, the circuit boards go to the computer and the high-speed connector. The copper sheets go to plastic limiters and circuit boards. And Caterium will be importing via drone. We might have to tap into more Caterium nodes. I mean, we do have the one right next to the base that is kind of doing okay, I guess. Wait. Isn't there like another pure Caterium node like really nearby? I think there might be. Tap into that one too, why not? And then maybe we'll make it like locally. We'll find out then when we get there. For those one, we do have the leached recipe though. So crystal computer is a maybe. The Caterium computer has the fastest production rate, and we do have access to rubber relatively close by. So, because these are the oil fields, and there's a lot of untapped oil. And right, and then yeah, so that's what we got the computer. Then they just need the Caterium. Oh right, we wanted to use the plastic one because the production speed is just so much better. You know, 2 to 2 rather than 2 to 1. Better ratio on the Caterium. And we needed the plastic for these as well. Yeah, I did the math. I needed like hundreds upon hundreds of plastics for this thing that I'm trying to devise, because I need pen and paper. You know, I know I can make notes in the game for the to-do list, but I just forget to look at it. I need pen and paper, and so otherwise my brain will not remember. Yeah, the supercomputers alone that I need to make need 252 plastic. The computers will require 260 in rubber. And then the 18 AI limiters will also need some more plastic. Yeah, so we'll tap into some oil soon, but that's it then. So right now we're gonna instead, yeah, start making the circuit boards. I wish there was a back button. So, okay, it's 1 to 1. So if we want to make... Okay, 100 machines would make 1,200 circuit boards a minute. And they would consume more silicon than we have. We can't do that. But we could do 10. So 125 a minute, which consumes 275 silica. Actually, we're producing more than a tier 6 belt can handle. How many circuit boards do we need? We need 144 for the computers alone. The high-speed connectors need some. The 27 high-speed connectors. We should probably make some for these as well. These are then made 1 to 1. Okay. Which means we need 144 plus 27. 170 something. 175. think then another place. It's like a lake in the Mushroom Rocks area. And the sulfur has a geyser on it. Ooh, nice. Good bean. It's a minimum of 175. So if we do 20 assemblers worth of circuit board, that would be 275 plus 275 would be 550. We need 550 silica at least for this, which we have in abundance. Easy McPeel. So let's do 20x. And why 20? Because it seems like a fun number. Like this, I was thinking like, well, we need at least 150 or something. We're gonna probably need some for other things, so let's just ramp it up to an acceptable. So 20 machines would be 125, so it'd be 250 per minute, and that sounds like something that also would be good in the awesome sink. Getting us all those sweet coupons as we work slowly and surely towards the golden nut. The one achievement I still don't have. Now. Means a grand total of 250x. Silica completely done, which means we need 250 copper sheets. Now that one is going to take slightly more. I'm going to do them steamed. Requires slightly more than 10. And 250 water. That's easy. That's just, what's that, three pumps. Or one, yeah, 3 pumps, one underclocked, or the other way around. And the copper ingots, we have unlocked the pure one. 30, which makes 37.5. So 15 ore. Thanks. So I'm set 37.5 ingots. So it's time to whip out the good old calculatoriums. So first we check how many of the steamy machines we need. So one of them makes, we need 250. We divide that by 22.5. The answer is question mark. 11 machines. So we do 11.11 refineries. And then if we divide that for the ingots, we need for 37.5. The answer is 6.6. Refineries for the copper ingots, so we're going to round those up to 7 and 12. So why not? Now the 7, the only part there that need the water though, or even the only ones, yeah, we'll need then So 66.7 water. Plus the... That's 316. 317. Let's say 320. So each day 3 pumps. And the copper ore is already being brought in here. It is here in the final freight platform. So we're gonna probably send a belt from here along here, then go down here, and we'll build the copper facility sort of relatively close to the water. There. Spill a little excess, because, yeah, that's going to be just crazy amounts of refineries. And I wonder if we can have them in a neat way, sort of back to back, or should we have them like these? So I kind of like the setup, though. You know, it works. Why a yellow? The dissolved silica is not being devoured fast enough, you say? Why is that? You're low on the water, you say? You're full of water. There you go. Freaking liquids. Always causing trouble. I know when that happens. Yeah. I built everything a little too tight. Like, I think I could... Let's see here. There we go. We need what we need essentially here, what would fix it would be a fluid buffer, and it would have to be one for the water here. And technically we could probably squeeze one in here. You know, looks a little weird. Let's see if we can add a big frame pillar beneath here or something, or around it. Actually, that works surprisingly well. So now it's not completely levitating. Now we get rid of... Where's this guy? And there we go. Gosh darn, there you go. There we go. Yeah, they're all maxed out. I'll let you be maxed out for a little while. Because it's usually, the problem is because the consumption and production, because if you get it like just right, with the liquids, it's hard to get that perfect flow. So, I mean, technically that was all the factories, because sometimes the tick for production is longer than the tick for consumption, for example. So, even though over, like, per minute, they should be averaging the correct numbers, but without a buffer involved, one will always then, like, it'll stutter because I can't make it because I don't have the exact amount that I need already at the beginning. Hence, it flows and flows. Nothing gets done because it stutters, so it's not producing. It's not producing what's needed for the consumption and so on. So having a buffer for be it the solid production or liquids for gases is always a good idea. Now why? Fill rate is at 600. Drain rate is also at 600. Oh, you should be then about to get like stuffed. Because all y'all are freaking full of film, yeah? I think that if buffer is in a circuit and not in parallel when it's almost fully lowers flow rate. I tried to have it sort of like parallel and it just didn't really do nothing. Then that really affected the flow rate. And then part of the circuit, it helped because it has the fill rate and the drain rate. So then they sort of end up averaging out here. There we go. So now it's filling up. Yeah, because the drain rate goes up, drain rate goes down. See, I reached like halfway. So we have the same problem there with on the radiant fuels in the nuclear power production, because the water consumption from nitric acid that is used for the non-fissile uranium, they're 1-to-1. You need 30 units of nitric acid to do 2 blenders of nitric for the 2 blenders of non-fissile uranium, and they both consume 15 then units of nitric acid, and then produce 15 units of water per each, so 30. So 30. So it's a closed loop, and I had that for a while, but it kept on stuttering. I added a buffer in between and pumped in some extra water, and suddenly everything just kept on flowing just perfectly. I read the plumbing manual for this game, and they say they place the buffer in parallel. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Well, the manual might say so, but hey, my machine works, so I'm happy with it. I don't need it to be perfect. Plus, also, is it like a current manual because they have upgraded the plumbing system and liquids? If it works, it works. That's 100% true. Yeah. And then there are a lot of like these plumbing manuals that are actually outdated based on like old versions. So that made some significant changes to the game. And here we see, the drain rate and the fill rate keep on dramatically changing. And then when the machine doesn't get enough water, then it stutters and stops, and everything just keeps on flowing. Yeah, a lot of fluid inflows, yeah. Because I think just they did a lot of changes for 1.0, and a lot of the like plumbing info is like from early access. And even during early access, they made updates and changes. Ooh, this one's got too much water in it. Because we're not actually grabbing it, are we? would explain why this one isn't actually running quite as efficiently as all the others. Tee. Answer to that is nope. That would probably also explain why math kept on being wrong, because we added this entire thing with this giant output that was just not being part of it. So we kept on lacking 8 waters. Well, yeah, a little bit. 80 per minute. I'm a rubber and plastic facility, not on global grid, and now it annoys me, but it's so much work to redo. 100%, yeah. That's why I try to use the global grid whenever I can, but these facilities it's okay because they're on water. So they're not on global grid, they're on road grid. That just makes making the train stations easier. And often I'll have the train station be on road grid and then the actual facility be on world grid. But because I'm doing funny things with pillars and shit, so now it's all one building. But okay, that solved that mystery. The mystery was that guy. The buffer will still help. Oh wow, they consumed all the water now. And you are... Oh, you got the correct flow rate though. This guy here made here to make sure the water actually goes where it's supposed to. Same with this one. Well, as long as you don't hit 0 and these guys keep on running, I'd say we're all A-okay. They're trying to export these silicas as fast as freaking humanly possible. But my belts aren't fast enough. I think that's hilarious. I wonder if we could no. Oh well. It's fine. Because right now, yeah, they're just feeding everything into this thing. And once we have this machine running, they won't be feeding everything in there. But most of it will going into the chip factory, which will then instead be feeding everything into the awesome sink. It's gonna be hecking awesome. Now let's see, let us see. So copper comes down, we have the water pumps. I kind of feel like we can, for like visual clarity kind of thing, we'll have these. We needed 3, so we can set them up already. And they're just, linked this way kind of thing. Well, that's dumb. Maybe we could build another sink on top or under the current one. I mean, we could, but at the same time, like I said, we're the next factory will be consuming everything those guys produce, and then some, so it'll be fine. Now you... fun with beams. Eventually. Why eventually? Why not now? Check out architecture. We find my sweet, sweet favorite. And it is, of course, yes, the crossbeam. Put it on default mode. We can paint it with good old carbon steel finish. Oh yeah. That's the good stuff. There we go. Everything's just a little cleaner. Lovely. And these will then... Yeah, we'll try to make a separate facility, so the... Can I get rid of this corner? I can even get rid of this one. But then would intersect with that one, and that is less than amazing. Excellent. Okay, there we go. So now we have the sort of like illusion of support again. That's fine, fine. Don't worry about it. And so the water would then go... I might as well make use of this setup again. So we wanted 6.667, so 7 refineries to turn that into ingots. Getting into 11 refineries. Alright, well, what if we try to do it in a different way? So if we do 8 refineries, just because that would look nice, 37.5, and they would get 300 ingots. And 22.5, so 300, then we divide that answer by 2.5, and we answer is 13.3. Well, this will be 14, so it's divisible by 2. So 7 and 7. If we turn that is if we need to turn every single one of those into freaking sheets. I don't know if we need to, but yeah. Not sure what else we're gonna do with copper though. I don't know. Turn it to wire, send it into exports, put it to sink. Let's go with 8. That's a fun number. And with that, we can have the copper then comes down from here, and we can remain on the same level pretty much, I think. Except, yeah, you do end up pretty high. Okay, same level, but yeah, further out. Fair enough, fair enough. Let us celebrate this plan with some goat music. Now, so part of that goes here to make the ingots, and they pretty much go almost directly to machines that steam them. That's what I was thinking, like, what if we then actually didn't have like one layer all the way on the watery depths? How would this look then? Almost a wee bit too close. I thought it was good. Right, how much width do we need for all of this? Pretty much the same as this thing. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, 9, I guess. Oh well. So, 8 refineries. 4 and 4. Or 8 in a row. We'll see. Well, then we go here, and under production we find, yes, the sweet refiner. Barely nowhere. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it takes 1, 2, 3. Huh. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm digging it. Of course, they should be copper colored, because that's what they do. Now, 8 of these consumes 124. That's a lot more efficient than I was expecting it to be. You might have to then like throw some shards in here at some point. Oh well. And same as last time, we're going to bring in the copper from on high. Can I get it? Oh, I kind of can I? Right. So the copper ore goes down there, then down here, and then in here, in this level. Yep. Alright. Let's zoop those out so we can just have something to sort of aim with. So we get the heights correctly, and maybe we'll even leave it in. Why aren't you doing the freaking lock on? Oh, you bastard. Yeah, then the later ones do, eh? Okay, that one also doesn't lock on. And that one doesn't lock on. Why doesn't it always do it? I don't get it. And I don't like it, but I don't get it. Okay, for you I get it. The height was wrong. Nope, still lying to me, I guess. I think that looks kind of neat. I'm very okay with it. Fantastic. Excellent. Kind of wondering if we should do that. Ooh, yes, but not there. There. No, it's like a supported kind of arch. Ooh, one more actually could be even better. Well, we'll see amount when we get there. So now they have a tube in for the ore and the water itself. The copper colored elevators look pretty cool. How did I haven't checked, have I? The copper finish on the belt. And the deuterium. I'm okay with that. Excellent. Now here as well though, just because we learned a lesson. Never trust the machine. Especially with liquids. There you go. Leave that one as some sort of open idea, if nothing else. And we'll see how we then continue with this. And, well, the buggers do need power of some sort. So the question is, can I make silly things with catwalks? Because catwalk connections are here and they're here. And they're... Oh, and there's one straight behind as well. That one actually follows the grid. You'd want to have the back of it on like a halfway one. That is 1/4 away. That one looks more like 1/4 away. This is more like, yeah, 2/3. It's very awkward. There we go. The copper ore is being shoveled down, and these guys are making... What was that? 300 units of copper ingots. And they shall be feeding... We'll need 12 refineries, so... let's make 12 refineries, I guess. It'll be a 6x6. Give me a quick sec. There we go. So, that was 8. Can I fit? I'm gonna end up touching on that. Oh, it's too loud, that one. And I always forget that, yes, that's one of the loud. Gosh, you bastard. Because technically, with the way I'm building it here, I'm kind of thinking like we could just, double the copper production here. Because we're going through like this crazy small amount of copper ore here. So let's leave that as an option. And right now, there you go. Sink all of it. Well, we ponder on the next steps, which would be well, one of the ideas I've had is like wondering if I could put some of these like on top of each other. How would that look? So we then look at the refinery. There. That'll be like theoretical minimum. Practically, I don't want things poking out through the floor, so they'll be there. Then you'd of course be clipping into the green lights there. You want to go up at least one more. It's either that or we go through the same stuff, but if I did that way, which this wouldn't necessarily be a problem. Like, what if we belted all things that way? And then went down the middle. And then we had steaming machines on both sides. We ship the sheets back, combine them with the silica, make computer chips. Yeah, okay. Ingots go flow that way, together with the water, and then the steam sheets flow back, the copper sheets, and they go up. They meet with these guys, and they go to the chip factory there. You know what, chat? I think we got a plan. God dang it, chat. You got me convinced again. You know what that means? If it goes wrong, I'll blame you. Nah, I won't. You're not friends. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it'll be fine. We can use the same color and everything. Seems thematically appropriate. Yeah. We can have the ingots go up a little bit, so the water goes below, the ingots go above. Which means we'll be aligning them by that input. Means I might want to do that. Do that way so they have a little bit of extra space. I'll check the recipes and I'll say like, nay, I want none of these. I want some steamed hams, some steamed sheets. Yes, we won't get the computer factory up and running today. That's pretty certain. Well, that's okay. I'll make it up for you tomorrow. Now, let's do 12, at least. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now there's a large amount of these and they take 10 per, so a single pump is enough to maintain all of that. We got 3. Which means I'm gonna cut down some of this stuff. It'll be fine. And back to straight. There we go. Do that for now. Wonderful. So now and there we go. Then we just try to avoid mistakes like that. There we go. Uh, 16 should be a good number, right? Excellent. Yep. There we go. Oh, wait, 100 a day. People want attention soon. Second day, people. Are people doing okay, dude? Important to try to get your rest, even though it is very difficult. And I can only imagine how freaking horrifying life must be when you're an insomniac. I sometimes have trouble sleeping, but never really to the point of insomnia, which is I'm just ever grateful for. So stupid. Oh, look at me! I'm a shadow when I walk the dog. Exactly. Like, oh, look at me! I can see the sun. No one wants to see the sun. It'll burn your eyes out. So they want 22.5 per minute, so we have I made 12 of them. Yeah, so 300 units of water. Come on, yes, stupid. Okay. So 300 plus 8, so 380. So we got 360 here. There you go. Makes a nice sweet excess. Now it shouldn't matter. Give us a quick sec. There we go. Oh no! I didn't think it through, now did I? Oh well. That's an uphill. That looks even. There we go. On the left here gets, you guessed it, the overflow. Nice and awkward. Just the way we like it. So, I'm very tempted in putting another row of these here just because. Good old manifold system. We're slowly but surely filling these with them ingots, and then we're turning them into these sweet, sweet porphyry sheets. And that's all pretty busy. I'm sort of first thinking we'd bring them back here and then that way, but all of that ended up a lot busier than I was expecting. Now we could still do it if we just went through this, round that thing. But maybe it's better if we go forwards and sort of meet here. That might be for the best. So we'll do that one quickly. Eight hours. Well, that means it's about dog o'clock now, isn't it? But don't worry. I'll be back tomorrow. It's not usually a stream day, but it shall be this time. Well, let's get these things at least connected first. Hello there, Iron Master. Hope you're doing well. We are here building the machines, and the machines are getting built. There's too many things in the game. The save is getting all raggedy. But it's getting there. How about you, Iron Master? Hope you're doing well. Having a nice day. Okay, now the silica we're making is here, so we could pretty much ship it directly that way, or we'll have a computer machine slightly further down. But I kind of feel like it'll be neater to just bring it all the way back here, so they'll have the same sort of point of, is the word egress? I don't know. I'm doing pretty okay. We'll put together a plan at last for something I'm wanting to put together in this. Hey, nice! Similar thing for me with my roads. I got them to work. I'm very happy with them. Now I'm just, I don't know, going ham building silly things and trying out how to like bend, how to make pillars curve and all that. Trying to do arts and architecture. And I want to clean up some of the numbers I'm seeing. Oh no. Modeler says a lot of fractional decimal numbers, which will probably not be clean. Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to like try to build something that is like just one-to-one perfect, then yeah. I just try to build something that always produces overflow. A little too much always, so that things will just always run. Need my buffers. And aside from that, I also need to figure out what to do with the roughly 700 oils worth of HOR byproduct from rubber and plastic. Oh no! That is actually... that's what a lot. Yeah, for rubber and plastics, heavy oil residue. Oh yeah, I'm turning all of mine into fuel. Just burn it. I'll suffer no nearby. Ah! Bring some coal. You can make even turbo fuel. I'm making just normal fuel because I haven't found the energy to make it more complicated. At least not yet. For now, to sink everything. We're almost at 400 coupons. We're getting there. Skipping coal completely, actually. Again, purely from the byproduct of H2R, make my modelers map 300 or so turbo fuel. Enough that the facility could actually become grid independent. Turbo blend fuel is entirely made from byproducts and sulfur. Oh. Well, that's handy. There we go. Sink all of it. So now we have machines producing, what, we've got 12 of these. So 270 units of circuit boards. $14 would be 315. Well, we needed 250 for the silly machine we're sort of planning for. Fuel, petroleum, coke, H2R, and sulfur. Let's put my critical sulfur output into 480 towards the primary power plant, and the rest to process the H2R up into my complex. Ooh, nice. Yeah. At this point, because I got drones, so I'm just sending drones everywhere. I have one single manufacturer making batteries, and we just send those batteries all over the place. This one is for making computers. So first we're doing the making some nitric acid, and then doing the dissolving of quartz. Make quartz crystal and the dissolved silica. The dissolved silica is being sent here. Wait, what? What? You have an excess of water. You have an excess of water. All that water is quite literally being, going there. This one is limiting the output to, should be 20. But it has a weird 18 points, so what if we change that to 21? Do all of it then. And then that leaves me with the supplies for RCUs, cooling system, turbo motor, supercomputer, and fuse, modular frames. I'm gonna need to ship in a few things, mainly motors, heavy frames, quick wire, and aluminum casing. Well, shipping in quick wire is always a little dumb because the caterium is more resource dense, so it's better to send in the caterium ingots. At least in my opinion. I like thinking about what is the most resources per stack we can send. So usually when I was shipping, when I need a silica somewhere, I'd rather ship in the raw quartz, because one stack of raw quartz makes multiple stacks of silica, whereas for the quartz crystal, it's the other way around, where one stack of quartz makes a smaller stack of quartz crystal, so then it's better to send the crystal itself. And one caterium ingot becomes a lot of quick wire, so in that sense it's better to send the caterium ingots rather than the quick wire. But, that's my thinking on these things. If I leave it U to 21, will you again go to below 20 with the flow rate? You do. Why? 22? Okay, 22 apparently is going to go above that in the flow rate. But 21. Well, that's weird. That is very weird. Yeah, that's why things aren't working, because we need we're lacking like exactly 20 water a minute. Oh well. I mean, either way, I'll need the train to save some space on the import facility side. Yeah. I got my trades, my roads, and my drones, so all of it's happening. All of it functioning together. I got so many multiple buildings, and I want even more separate buildings for all the things. I got trucks, I got tractors, all of them delivering things from place to place. I probably want at least 2 trains and the quick wire motors and encased frames, so we brought in from the same direction. And let's see here. Not encased. I mean the heavy modular frames. Right. Yeah. That's a good one. One for each wire. Another for the motors, the frames, one for car each. One car each. There, we're just dumping all kinds of stuff. And another for motors and frames, yeah. I still haven't done it, but I was considering then at some point to have a delivery system working with the what's it called now? The factory cart. Because the factory cart can carry 1 stack of anything, but it takes no fuel. So you can have slow but reliable delivery of 1 stack at a time. So anything that has a throughput that is really small, like say for example project parts, you could have those being delivered by a factory cart. And I thought that's a funny idea. And at some point before this run is over, we need to make a factory carts transportation system, just because. Okay, so those are making 300 copper ingots a minute. These are consuming 270. So eventually you'll have excess and you'll chuck it out. We could then double that because we have the space. And it's not 20 M3 extra bare blender. Goddamn flip latch. The answer is yes. I knew there was I was like just like looking at that 100 at some point. Well, that explains why the machine isn't running all the time. Oh no. Oh, wonderful. I'll have to actually figure out, and I'll be producing more heavy frames than I'm consuming. How do you adjust for things? Well, the answer is just have a smart splitter, like here, that have an output for the overflow. So when everything is saturated and you want to make sure things keep on flowing, then you just overflow, put stuff into a sink. Guess I have to sink near heavy modular frames at some point. Yeah. I'm sinking. I don't know. Wait, I'm not sure if I'm sinking heavy modular frames or fused frames right now. I probably should, but yeah, that's why my power consumption and my theoretical power consumption are not the same. Okay, well, that would solve the silica issue. Then we might need even more of these at some point. We can expand on that, and we're gonna have to put down some catwalks, so it all makes sort of logical sense. We're gonna use catwalks then to connect this area down to that area as well. And there's no real need for it, but I'm like so desperately tempted in like just copying that on that side as well. And then we'll be making 600 of these. Yeah, 8. And that is 37.5. 600. That was the wrong number, though. So, and that's only 240. Jeebus. Jeebus. We're making so freaking many copper ingots. And we can turn every single one of them into copper sheets. Just because. I want to divert one towards the fused frame production, but the issue is figuring out how many FMF machines I'd need to have to consume all of the HMS from one machine. I mean, that's just... that's just math. So what was that? So we do the...
Sonoff 10 Bogo Poop. Sonoff 10 TP.
That's very true. So if you look at your basic fused modular frames, they consume 1.5 heavy modular frames. Fused modular frames are at 1.5, and you want it to what? How many fused modular frames machines I need to have consumed all of the HMF? And these are produced at 2.18. So the answer is 2 machines. You underclock one of them, or you overclock your heavy modular frame production. Oh, that is the alternative. Your basic one, though, is at 2. So then you need, again, 2 machines, and one of them underclocked to 33%. 5625 heavy frames being made. Well, if you can't overclock, then underclock the next ones. Because that'll be 4 machines, and you underclock it, because 4 would be 6, and you're making just below 6, so one of them underclocked. And that interrupt, yes. Oh. So one makes 1.5. And the number was 5.625 divided by 1.5. Answer is not 0.15. You need 3.75 machines. Bam. And now the next phase of this silly production would be first we'd have to decorate. And once we finish the decoration, then we need 20 assemblers. And that's gonna be a big building. So we're gonna have to place that one. The good thing is its inputs is that and that. And we're making an excess of both. So it's gonna be tall, I guess. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, assemblers, 2 inputs. Yeah, works. Okay, back from the ad. Well, Ion Master, because if you look at your your fused modular frames, you see your input is 1.5, right? So you need 1.5 per minute. And your output is 5.625, so you take just 5.625 divided by 1.5, so you need 3.75 machines. Bam, done. So 4 machines, one of them underclocked. Yeah, 3.75. There it is. Just like the modeler says. But, like Game Potato so graciously pointed out, and my dog is giving me a big stare of disappointment. I do need to go walk my dogs. This or that, potentially. Go to metal to support that. Always produce excess. Produce too much. And then throw it in the sink. It is the only way. Why merely produce when you can overproduce? I think we're gonna have to change out this one. Bauxite you can extract. Yeah, my aluminum production is not really keeping up with my needs. So at some point I also need to make a new aluminum a new aluminum processing facility, but that is something that's going to have to wait because for now things are still working out. And I can always export bauxite via train, and of course just find more nodes, add to the system. So far I've been like supplementing my existing aluminum production with the magic of throwing sloops at it, but that's not very sustainable. And there's better uses for those loops, like, you know, building even more of the alien power matrices. Because, you know, what's better than, you know, plus 30%? Well, plus 40%. 3 nodes on the area, it'll be tapping. 1440. Ooh, nice. I'm mostly running off a single bauxite node for everything we got. But yeah, I need to go walk my dogs and make myself some food. And, you know, spend time with family, humans. They're doing their best, but we need more sinks to be able to handle the freaking silica output. But that's why we need the computer facilities up and running, so we can consume as much as possible. Might need. That is true. Yeah, if we double that, we can double this. And it would still not be even near this. Silly this nut. Oh, very true. But hey, we got the quartz process done. So that was the main issue. So now we have just insane amounts of silica happening. More than a Mark 6 belt can handle. And extra crystal quartz, which is nice and all. We have a very large amount of copper sheets being made. And we can absolutely ramp up production. We've got the space to make crazy amounts of circuit boards. And then all the other things. Well, approaching numbers that can't be handled in a Mark 1, Mark 5 belt 2. Hey, well, that's why you have multiple belts. And Jody just went on a 2-kilometer walk, I think, or close to. Back is unhappy, but it felt good to get out of the house. Hey, congratulations. Getting out of the house is fantastic. Sometimes it's annoying that I have to go walk my dogs, but at the same time, it is it's wonderful that they force me to go out of the house every day. Freaking love it. And train stations have multiple outputs. But for that is very true. That is very, very true. And in between, what I've done is I have a industrial sort of container, because it has also multiple outputs. So you have, when the train isn't waiting there, then that thing fills up as well. So it's a functional buffer which can then refill the train station at double speed. So that's handy. 821 casings a minute. Yeah, those are done in 3 to 2. 90 to 60, so then importing the casing itself is better. And always try to make an Alclad. Hope to get the Alclad casing thing, but that's a then. Ooh, specifically, never gotten anywhere near this level of factory. Yeah, well, this is me getting a little overboard, and it's gonna get even bigger, even more boarded, even more over. But yeah, the dogs are actually straight up arky now, so I'm gonna have to save the game, and I'll be back tomorrow, my friends. We'll be finishing up the computer factory, hopefully, or at least parts of it. We'll get those circuit boards done, and then we'll have to go build some more plastic and rubber production. Well, I'll have to see if I can make a neat. Oh, this saves it 239 hours. Nice. Make a blueprint or something. We could try to make oil towers or something fun. We'll see how that works. We're sending love too. I have no idea, my friends. No idea yet. So we're gonna change the scene to the end of streams and have a look-see at finding the song of the dwarves and the fortresses, and it is the song of drink and industry. So I love this song. And then we'll see who is out and who is about and where do we raid. We also check for the people I owe raids to. We check people I might be following the same category. On his face, who's doing that. But you know what? How about send you all someone else who needs to be locked in, and he's also still doing his partner. Why? It is, of course, the bluest of orcs, the Swiss menace himself. It is the Twerk, also known as, well, truly known as the Twitching. So I'm going to send you all over there. So he's a wonderful streamer, excellent fellow, friend of the stream, and a wonderful entertainer. And I'm certain you'll all have a wonderful time. So, thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you, Cobalt Snacks. Have a great evening. You as well, my friend. Thank you for coming by, saying hi, Choji. Thank you, Ion Master. Thank you, Game Potato, for everything. Thank you, No Hypocrisy, and Jamin, and everyone on the YouTube side as well. So thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time. I had, as always, a wonderful time with all of you. And I hope all of you have a wonderful day. So, like I said, usually I have my Fridays and Saturdays as a day off, but because we had a day off yesterday, so tomorrow I'll be back for some more Satisfactory content. We'll get that factory built, we'll get those production lines flowing, and we'll be turning a whole lot of stuff into coupons. But hey, I'll be tomorrow then. Thank you, Tube Up Games, for hanging out. Always lovely. Hey, I really gotta run. I'll be seeing you around, my friends. Stay awesome. Ta-ta.